I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Maybe you haven't heard about us. We're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless has you paying for more data than you might need. Why? They might want you to cover the costs of younger people who do use all that data. If you're not using the data, you're probably being used. We've heard time and time again that some Big Wireless customers get stuck paying hundreds and even thousands more for years and years because they think it's hard to switch. Not with us. It takes just about 20 minutes and you can change your plan anytime without extra charges. We use the same towers as the big guys, so you'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Our plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
KKSE-FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Greetings, programs. This is Connor McGahey, voice of your Colorado Avalanche. Here comes another incredible hour of Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Are you ready? It's a Bud Light Football Friday.
I want violent block release. Go have a day. Ball, ball, ball.
Kaner is gone for a little bit, so it's DMac filling in. Matt Smith on from 7 to 10 with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Good morning. How you doing? You all right? Got through a cold snap. Got through the freeze. Now we hopefully will thaw out a little bit. Not used to seeing that last night with the Avalanche, huh? That was weird. Like, that was like everything we haven't seen all at the same time. Super strange. Like, you got down, bad goaltending, calls going against you, and a regulation loss, and kind of a butt kicking. I mean, down 4-0, and then you crawl back 4-2, and it's kind of like, oh, okay, well, all right, we're going to make, oh, no, we're not. That's the fifth goal. And, maybe, yeah, we're going to score another goal, and all right. And now we got power plays and two-man advantage. Oh, empty netter. Oh, we lose. It's like, wait a second. What happened there? No panic whatsoever, though, of course. Absolutely, of course, no panic. You know, it's more of a situation of, you're human. Things happen. It's the way things go. You know, life isn't perfect. And so there you go. There you go with the Avalanche losing a game. Meanwhile, Jared Bednar, if you missed it, the first goal, it is so strange to me that there are rules in hockey that guys in hockey don't understand, which is bizarre. Like, Jared Bednar literally has no idea what goalie interference is.
Hey, listen, I think goalie interference is a joke. If it's not goalie interference, I don't know what is. You can't just shove the goalie's pads out of the way and then create a loose puck. I'm getting them all wrong when I'm looking at the challenges around the league. So, I'm kind of having my mind. I'm not going to challenge unless it's obvious. But to me, it was obvious.
Yeah, Bedsy was like, I'm not. If I don't think this is if definitively goalie interference, why would I even take the risk of putting my guys down on the PK? And it's just comical that a guy with the experience of Jared Bednar, an entire staff, video, everybody who's got like hundreds of years of collective hockey experience is confused about a rule. That's wild to me, man. That's just the odd hockeyness of hockey. I don't know how else to describe it. It's so bizarre. So the Avs lose. I mean, no panic. Obviously, not even a big deal. It's just we haven't really seen that. So now a day off for them, and they have back-to-backs, which is another, super strange sort of deal. In fact, let me look this up because I think it even gets weirder. And we'll have all the games here on 92.5, so that's cool. But it's it's a day off today, and then Saturday afternoon, 10:30 a.m. The game starts at 10:30 a.m. So I got to assume our pregame starts at tomorrow at 10 a.m. for an Avs game.
Yeah.
So we have Berto tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Has Berto ever done? I'm assuming this has happened before, but this is like there's no way it's happened a lot. And then the next day, it's not much different. The game's at 11 a.m. Breakfast with Berto. Crazy against Philadelphia. And then they're off. And then, we're going to play at Nashville. Actually, that's a weird time, too. Okay, hey. How you dummies doing out there? Nashville in Eastern time or Central time? Huh? Anybody know?
Eastern time?
There's no way it could be Eastern time because it starts 7:30 our time. If it's Eastern time, we're starting games? Starting a game at 8:30, and we've seen that here, is so ridiculous. We're dropping there's no way that's Eastern time. There's no way they're dropping a puck at 9:30. Oh, God. The scheduling. I don't know. Hey, it's been a great fall. I'm not complaining about anything. It's been great for the Avs and for the Nuggets. But this scheduling stuff, doesn't it strike you as like just bizarro world? There you go. There you go, Avs fans. There you go, Nuggets fans. Nuggets back on it. Wow, Berto's got a lot of action now. This is a busy time to be Berto. Because, in terms of the, it's, what I'm figuring out, it's a bizarre time to be Berto. It's a good time to be Kreckman and Lindahl. Because we got a lot of 4:30 pregame shows. So tonight it's against Atlanta, and I'm just double checking. I believe, Chris, unless you know it right off the top of your head, I believe it's a 5:00 start. Hold on, let me double check. Which would be a 4:30 pregame. So we got a lot of early things going on. Oh, 5:30 start. Okay, so 5 o'clock pregame. Boy, we got a lot of action on Sunday. Holy cow. So we got the Broncos at the Raiders, 2 o'clock. We've got the Avs playing the Sixers at 11 a.m. And on the tail end, sort of like third quarter-ish of the Broncos, we've got the Nuggets at Charlotte. Whoa. A triple dipperoo. So we got all 3 teams banging it out on Sunday, all on the road. Why? Because of Mice on Ice at Ball Arena, which is a skating festival for the family that can't be beat. So all 3 going at the same, close to the same time on Sunday. Not exactly the same, but close. So we got you covered on the, on the radio and on the digital and on the TV and all of it. We'll just be busy little bees over the weekend, that's for sure. So tonight, Atlanta, and then Saturday, the Rangers, and then Sunday, everybody plays. Let me ask you this. On Sunday, Nuggets at Charlotte, Avs at Philly, Broncos at Raiders. Who has the best chance to win? That's a good one, huh? The Charlotte Hornets, they suck. they're 6-16, so they blow. The Raiders are 2-10. They're horrible. The Flyers are the best of the 3 opponents. They've got 33 points. They're 15-8-3. So they're not incredible, but they're clearly the best out of all the opponents. But who's the biggest wagon, as the expression goes? Is it the Broncos? Is it your Avalanche? Is it your Nuggets? Now, all right, I can keep going here. The Nuggets have won 8 games in a row, which is a club record. The Broncos have won 9 games in a row. Not a club record, but they've won 9 in a row. The Avs are the best team in the NHL, but look at those stupid Dallas Stars, huh? Okay, Dallas Stars are making things interesting. The Avs with 44 points, and they have a game in hand to Dallas, who has 41 points. They're all right, Dallas. Meanwhile, it's like 41, and then it drops down. Minnesota 35, Anaheim 33. If you go over to the Eastern Conference, it's the Caps 36, the Lightning 34, leading their respective divisions. So you really only have a breakaway with 2 teams. If this was a cycling race, they'd be out ahead of the peloton. All right, we're going to have some fun with that this morning. 303-504-0925. I guess I'm looking at Sunday specifically when all 3 play at the same time. A streaking road Nuggets team, the best team in the NHL record-wise, the Colorado Avalanche, or the Broncos team that has won 9 games in a row. Over the dog butt Raiders. Oh, my God, are they bad. We'll get into some Raider stuff here in a second. They are awful. And they've got some bad news coming down their way. So there's that. Gosh, if I just think about this for a second, who do I like most? I guess, which is ironic, the toughest test would be the Avs at Philadelphia. They're coming off a back-to-back. It's a back-to-back. Start there. It's 2 early morning starts, which is weird. You're on the East Coast. So I think the irony in all 3 teams on the road, the irony here would be, I guess it would be the Avs. The Nuggets, it shouldn't be that hard against Charlotte, and they've dominated on the road. But it is a road game. Charlotte is, they're terrible. 5-6 at home. They're 1-10 on the road. They stink. They're 2-8 in their last 10. But guess what? The worst team and the most favorable circumstance to win, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself because there's games in between, but just looking at Sunday, it's your Denver Broncos. I mean, I think all three. The Avs actually, I don't know. We'll see. That'll be a tough one. That will be the toughest test on that particular day. Atlanta's going to be a tough test for the Nuggets tonight too. The Rangers, I don't know about the Rangers. The Rangers aren't playing all that well. They're kind of a mid team. I don't know. There's no really easy skates there on the road, so whatever. But look at this. The easiest game for our local yokel teams to probably win over this weekend is probably the Broncos against the Raiders. How about that? All right, we'll hear from VJ about the matchup that matters the most. Joe Lombardi and Darren Rizzi, all the coordinators talking yesterday. Maybe a little bit more of Sean Payton as he was very reflective. And CU's doing something pretty bold. CU is going in a significant, quirky, different direction that I don't think many people saw coming. But, yeah, we'll get to all those details coming up here on the appetizer. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. John Michael Lyles was very specific about what he thought about that goalie interference. Is that right? All right, we'll get to that. I'm happy to see that. Happy to hear that. Let's see. Get to the Broncos stuff here in a second. Oh, I got it. Let me give you some CU stuff real quick. As Matt Smith is probably driving in here from Boulder right now. Matt does a great job covering the Buffs, doing a great job filling in for Kaner. Me, not so much, but appreciate you putting up with me. Okay, so there's a new offensive coordinator that's going to be hired by CU, Brennan Marion. All right, who is Brennan Marion? Well, he's not that old. We'll just start there. It's only 38. So, okay, there you go. He is the head coach of the Sacramento State. Ooh, anybody know the nickname for Mark Moser's home college from Sacramento?
I used to know.
You want to take a swing at what the Sacramento State nickname is?
Dragons?
Hornets. Close.
Oh!
Close. He went to the University of Tulsa after being at De Anza, which is a community college out there in California. My younger son did that. He was at West Valley College. The community college scene in California, you know, it's way different than out here. It's still community college, okay? But in terms of athletics, it's crazy, like how good some of these community colleges actually are. Do you know there's 60 community colleges in California that play baseball? I mean, they have water polo in community college in California. I don't know if community colleges in Colorado even have a pool. All right, so this guy, his coaching record is like, wow. 2011, West Valley. I don't even know what that is. I think that's a high school. 2012, Harker School. That's a high school. 2013, St. Patrick St. Vincent High School. 2014, Waynesboro area high school in Pennsylvania. California to Pennsylvania. 2015, Arizona State offensive quality control coach. It's like just getting in the thing. And am I happy in Tempe? Nah. 2016, Oklahoma Baptist. The only place this dude has set down roots, well, there's two places he's been for 2 years. Howard, offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. 2019, William and Mary. 2020, Hawaii, wide receivers. 2021, Pittsburgh, wide receivers. 2022, Texas. Well, we're moving on up. Wide receivers. 2023, 2024, so 2 years at UNLV. And then 2025, Sacramento State, and now he's leaving there. Holy cow. Wow. And this guy, Brennan Marion, has developed his own hybrid blend of offense called the go-go offense. I will pay you a plug nickel if anybody out there really knows what the go-go, and trust me, I'm no expert. I was learning about this yesterday. So here's how the go-go offense goes. It's the quarterback in the gun with two running backs basically standing next to him. Think about that for a second. We're in the gun, and we got our running backs like standing next to us. So they're kind of running an RPO / triple option from the gun. And the wide receivers tend to be stacked on just like one side of the ball. And his explanation for it is that it's easier when you don't have as elite athletes because everything is happening fast. And he wants 80 to 90 plays a game. Like, we're just going to run the ball and go really fast. So it's dependent on definitely like a running quarterback and just speed. And basically we're going to, tire out the defense. And we're more or less running. We can throw out of it, but our first option is going to be running the ball. How bizarre is that for CU when you think about what they've been trying to do? Dion coming in with his Louis and all the pros and the NFL experience and a pro set and blah, 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 blah. And now we're going with the go-go offense? Okay, cool. I mean, it wasn't working the other way, but I have no idea, none, why Julian Lewis will stay here. I mean, maybe Julian Lewis stays through spring ball just to see, like, what is this really going to be? But on the surface, this doesn't, Meanwhile, you have Jim Moore up there at CSU just saying hi to the kids, and he's not yelling, he's not screaming, he's not bringing in high-level celebrities. He doesn't have, he's just talking to them. I thought it was cool. I'm becoming a little bit of a CSU honk right now. Just, hey, I'm here for you guys. And we're going to compete. We're going to win the Pac-12. We're going to, get in the college football playoff. And I'm like, all right, probably none of that is going to happen. But that's cool. You're in good shape. I know, you coached in the NFL. I got you. All right, Coach Mora. Not a junior, huh? We're going to go to all the bother of calling you the same first name as Dad, but we're not going to use your middle name the same as Dad, so you can't be a junior. All right, I really got to ask a question. No dumb question. Why in the world, if you're a parent, would you name your kid the same name as you and not make him a junior by just giving him your middle name too? Like, what's the thinking there? I only like myself so much. I definitely want my kid to have my first name, but not a junior.
Gives your kid an out if they want to drop the junior at some point.
Yeah, but they don't technically get to have the junior. I mean,
stolen junior valor.
You can always. That's right, stolen junior valor. I mean, you can always just tag. You could tag junior onto your name. Who's really going to check it out? So my dad gave me his first name as my middle name. Huh? I don't know. Parents' names. All right. Let's get some Broncos stuff here. We're going to start with our guy, Vance Joseph, about the Raiders and what to figure out about them. What's tough there, VJ, about that Raiders really, really pathetic offense?
He's an experienced guy. Obviously, he's been a good coach for a long time, Mike.
Okay, he's talking. I gotta phrase this. He's talking about Greg Olsen. So if you don't know, the Raiders, horrible, and they paid Chip Kelly all this money to be the offensive coordinator, and then they blow him out. They already blew out the special teams coordinator. Patrick Graham, their defensive coordinator, they actually inherited. They just kept him from a previous administration. And they didn't like what Chip Kelly was doing because they drafted Ashton Genty, and he really wasn't seeing the ball. There wasn't much going on there. So now they got Greg Olsen, who, again, him and Brendan Marion have the same travel agent in terms of a career. Like, it's ridiculous how many teams Greg Olsen has worked for. So you got to understand something with the Raiders. Like, with Chip Kelly, you thought, oh, maybe there'll be some innovation, something new. No, not really. And Greg Olsen is worse. They have to be the least innovative and the least interesting offense in the NFL. They're that bad. But here's VJ giving Greg Olsen his flowers. And note the one good player the Raiders do have, who is Brock Bowers.
He's an experienced guy. Obviously, he's been a good coach for a long time, Mike. Watching the game from last week, it's some things are very similar and some things aren't, and that's the new NFL in my opinion. Every week is something new you have to adjust to. So I'm just going to wait and see what he gives us and kind of adjust, accordingly. But he's a good football coach, and their best player is Bowers, obviously, and a runner. So our main thing is to not let Bowers beat us, in any capacity, first, second, or third down. That's our first goal. Stop the run, pressure the quarterback.
And this actually will be interesting. Will you use Pat Surtain on a tight end, Brock Bowers, who is their number one receiver and is really talented? No doubt about it. So, interesting challenge. They have used Surtain on Bowers in the past. I mean, the receivers, Trey Tucker, Tyler Lockett, Jack Betch. I said Betch. I mean, are you scared by any of that? Dante Thornton, he's been on the injury report all this week. It's a whole lot of nothing. It's a whole lot of nothing. But there's Brock Bowers, who's really good. And there's Ashton Genty, he's good. He's better than RJ Harvey. But, it's not like a game changer. They're 32nd in running the ball in the league. 32nd. They've got Ashton Genty, a first-round running back, highly regarded. They're last in the league in rushing. They gave up 10 sacks to the Browns a couple of weeks ago in Vegas. They have one of the worst offensive lines in terms of pass protection. And the Broncos have the best pass rush in the NFL. And all we have to do is we have to shut down Brock Bowers? Okay. Hey, Pat Surtain, just follow the tight end around. Seriously. It's different. It's odd. You're not going to do this with any other team. I don't care how. You're not going to do it with George Kittle or Travis Kelce or, I don't know, whoever. You've already shut down this year great tight ends. You've already done it. You've already shut down Brock Bowers. So I don't think it's going to be all that difficult. Geno Smith is terrible. He's back to the real Geno, the Geno we all know and love. Bad Geno. And I'm not saying they're not going to put together like a drive. I mean, they may put together a drive. They may get lucky. Scoring 10 points would be like over the moon successful for the Raiders in this game. Over the moon successful. I don't know if you caught it, but yesterday I bet Adam Schefter. We've got Starbucks coffee on the line. That the Broncos would win by 20. And he was just like, he's got nothing to lose, really. It's just me. So it's a coffee bet with Shefty. That the Broncos will win 30-10. The Broncos by 20. Betting a team's going to win by 20 in the NFL is not smart. I'm not a smart man, Jenny. But that is how bad the Raiders are. They are so bad. And they will probably and by the way, Max Crosby with the knee injury, he didn't practice yesterday. He went from limited to did not participate. Sean Payton compared Max Crosby, like when you're playing a sixth grade, because Sean Payton does have sixth grade coaching experience. The name of the movie is Home Team. It stars Kevin James. It's on Netflix. You can watch it anytime you want. Sean does reunite with his family. And, kids that go through divorce, it's difficult. So when you're suspended for, paying players to hurt people, it's good to bond with your son. He said that coaching that sixth grade team, no matter what, you would face another sixth grade team, and they might not be that good, but there's always that kid that has a beard that that drove to the game. And if anybody out there, I'm talking to you, youth coaches, you know Sean actually is spitting truth balls right there for sure. And I've seen it too. And we've all seen teams where, who's that kid? And everything kind of puberty sort of in bigger fields and things sort of even themselves out as kids get older. But we've all seen that sixth grade kid who's like 6 feet tall and can just, dominate everybody. But the funny part of that comparison is that Sean's comparing the rest of the Raiders to just the other lousy sixth grade kids. And then the kid with the beard is Max Crosby. Well, Max Crosby's hurt right now. Here we are on Friday. We'll see what the Raiders practice report is. We'll see if he's even playing. They have to declare whether he's playing today or not. And if he is playing, we know he's playing, injured a little bit, at least. Here is Darren Rizzi admitting they did not play well against the Raiders on that Thursday night.
Same thing we played them last time. We didn't play particularly well last time we played them. We had one really big play, the JL block punt, and that was a game changer. And so I think we've got to be more consistent ourselves and be better in this go-around.
The perpetual sore throat of a special teams coordinator who does nothing but scream. By the way, Broncos, you can invest in microphones and speakers. And finally, Joe Lombardi. The Raiders' defense is kind of okay. They are kind of okay, mostly because the kid with the beard, the sixth grader with the beard, Max Crosby.
I think we got behind the sticks a lot with penalties. They played the run real well, gave us some different looks that we hadn't seen before. That kind of knocked us off schedule a little bit. But you said it. I think I got a lot of respect for the defensive coordinator. He's always done a really good job, and he's got them playing well. And we told the guys, don't get fooled by the record. This is a good defense, and I think Crosby's the most disruptive defensive player in the NFL. He always is a tough out when you play him, and you're going to get his best effort every game, every play, and he causes a lot of problems. And they've got a lot of other good players, and they're coached well, and they got a good scheme. And they've been playing well all year. And obviously it doesn't show on the record, but defensively this is a good team.
They're okay. He's being nice. Jeremy Chin's an okay defensive player. Devin White's an okay defensive player. Adam Butler's okay. They're okay. They're okay. They're okay. They're not horrific like their offense. That is true. They're not horrific like their offense. They have kept the Raiders in games. And then the Raiders will ultimately let them down. One of the craziest numbers about this game, though, the craziest number, in my opinion, is that both the Broncos and the Raiders are -3 in giveaway takeaway. And one team is 10-2, and the other team is 2-10. When you use that metric, it's one of the most clear indicators of success and failure. -3. -3 for the Raiders is actually, when you think about it, probably not that bad. How are you the second to worst team? Maybe the worst team in the NFL, and you're only -3 because you can't score. 14.9 points per game. You can't score. Your offense blows. So yeah, I've got a kind of a crazy coffee bet with Adam Schefter that the Broncos win by 20. So I'm just saying 30-10, and that can go wrong on me so many ways. It's ridiculous. I probably will lose this bet, as I lose the vast majority of bets I make. But that is how confident I feel about not only the Broncos winning, but the Broncos putting it on the Raiders. They won't be overlooking them. Sean Payton has instilled the culture that overlooking a team is freaking impossible. The streak matters. It's good competitively that the Patriots are also fighting for that first spot. You got to win this one to stay there. Winning the AFC West, the goals are bigger right now. The goals are bigger, which is pretty awesome to say. We'll get back to the Avs game last night and John Michael Lyle's very scientific breakdown of goalie interference and the go-go offense. The hell is that? It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, I'm looking at the Shot Mazda text line, and it's DMac here for our guy Brett Kane, who had his second child, which is amazing. And I'll be on, I think I'm on Monday, but then it's going to be like a variety of people after that. So I've enjoyed hanging out. It's been fun. And I'll still be doing a handful of the 6 a.m.ers, but we're going to kind of patch it together with a variety of people until Brett gets back. Matt will be on with Vic and Moj until Brett returns. So, and that's how we're going to do it. So we appreciate your patience with it. We love Kane. Kane gets time, and that's awesome for him and his family, and that's what's going on, in case you didn't know. So there you go. And if you want to be annoyed by me on a regular basis, you can listen from noon to 3. That's when I'm on every day, ticking people off. On the text line, you're right, DMac. I got it 40-10 Broncos. There you go. Aren't you afraid we're going to look past them and Sean Payton will try some trick plays like in practice? I'm not going to give Sean Payton a hard time for trying a trick play once a game. It's okay. I've heard people freak out about, enough of the trick plays. If you don't run something a little gadgety, you're letting the other team off the hook. It's like if you don't throw the ball down the field 3 or 4 times pretty deep, they're going to cheat on you. So it's okay, even if the gadget play doesn't work, there's other things going on there. So relax about the gadget plays, my friend. In what world is Genty a better running back than RJ Harvey? Are you an idiot? Well, that's like 2 different questions. I loved how you called Mora out for that. Look at Dion's kids. It's a weird move. I'm going to use my first name. Now that's your first name, but you don't get to be a junior. That is a strange move. I kind of doubt the trick play will come against the Raiders. Sean doesn't like to show his hand. I don't know. Who knows? You know what it is? Here's what's going on. I can tell. I can feel it. I can feel it. Everybody's getting a little nervous that the team is so good. And everybody's like, oh, dear. What do we do with this? Because the Broncos are about to win their 10th game in a row. And, the last 4 are no joke. Packers, Jags, KC on a short week on Christmas, in Kansas City, and the Chargers with Justin Herbert with an oven mitt on. But you're going to win this one on Sunday. You're going to be tied with the Patriots, and the real enemy is in New England. That's the real enemy. Know your enemy. It's not the Chiefs anymore. It's not the Chargers. It's not the Bills or the Ravens. It's not the Bungles. It's the Patriots. We are in a time machine. We are in the hot tub time machine. We just skied down from Aspen Highlands. We hiked the Highlands Bowl. Good for you. We're sitting there outside the Hotel Jerome, and we are in the hot tub time machine. And yeah, I put us in Aspen, because what the hell? All right, couple quick things. Here's Brennan Marion discussing what the go-go offense is.
So when I first got into high school coaching, I went to a school called Harker Academy, where it was just super wealthy, well-off kids that had never really didn't have much football background. And that's when I started trying things and getting curious, just got immersed in trying to figure out, how do I create an offense where
a bunch of wimps,
even if you don't have the best players, you still have a chance to win games. You know, I was led to the option, right? Because the option, you can have undersized linemen, you don't have to block
bunch of spoiled
people,
rich
you can
brats.
leave people free, the quarterback can get you out of a bad play. One day I just had an aha moment of, okay, I can marry all these offenses together. I took over 2 high schools where one was 0-10 and the other one was 1-9. Like, now we're like the top offense in the state of Pennsylvania. We're top offense in the state of California, and we're running like something unique, different.
How can I get a team full of Thad, Tophers, and Graysons to actually play football?
Cheston, get down here. Run a route.
How do I take a bunch of rich, spoiled brats who are wimps and figure out how to get, what'd you say, Chesterfield?
Chesterfield, whatever.
Oh,
Bateman,
my
go do
God. How do I get it done? Whatever happened to naming your kid Mike? Even Mark Moser, you got to throw a C on it, huh? You got to be so different. My guy Mark Stout does the same thing. All right. Finally, as the boys will probably, I'm going to guess, open things up talking about hockey. Where is Moj today? What did the Avs do? Did the Avs just get on a train or a bus? I mean, they're in, you know what? They probably don't do anything. They probably just go back to their hotel. They're probably staying in the same hotel for the Islanders game and the Rangers game. How's that for a guess? DMac, you dummy. So, the goalie interference thing. Again, here's Bednar on goalie interference.
Hey, listen, I think goalie interference is a joke. If it's not goalie interference, I don't know what is. You can't just shove the goalie's pads out of the way and then, create a loose puck. I'm getting them all wrong when I'm looking at the challenges around the league, so... I'm kind of having my mind. I'm not going to challenge unless it's obvious, but to me it was obvious.
That's the mature reaction. Here's John Michael Lyles on the same thing.
Listen, Avs didn't have it. It started with an absolute turd burger from the situation room on the first goal. Should have been goalie interference.
What now?
Turd burger. Rachel Toss, congratulations, Rachel. Blessing due for you in April. Turd burger.
Listen, Avs didn't have it. It started with an absolute turd burger from the situation room on the first goal. Should have been goalie interference.
That's a quote of the day right there. Turd burger.
What a turd burger.
Avs didn't have it. It started with an absolute turd burger from the situation room on the first goal. Should have been goalie interference.
I gotta say, I feel a little bad for Rachel in that. I mean, what is she supposed to do with turd burger? Does Rachel not know what a turd burger is? See, that's a turd burger though is slightly different than what I call Aaron Rodgers, who I call a weasel turd, because he's weaselly with what he says, and he's a turd because he's a turd. There's a weasel turd. Turd burger?
Listen, Avs didn't have it. It started with an absolute turd burger from the situation room on the first goal. Should have been goalie interference.
Oh, God. That's the best thing that came out of the game last night. John Michael Lyles calling it a turd burger, and Rachel Toss saying, turd burger? Well, you got 3 turd burgers coming up to get you through this Bud Light Football Friday, where we should expect big things for the Broncos, the Avs, and the Nuggets. Hopefully we'll have a lot of winning. And to get us into it, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith is next.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. You did it. You made it to the weekend. Congratulations. And you're rocking with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Gentlemen, good morning. How are we doing this morning?
Good.
Very nice.
Moser, I'm not used to what I saw last night.
Oh, sounds a little personal.
Well, I'm just not used to seeing an Avalanche loss. An Avalanche loss in regulation, which hasn't happened in what, over a month? When's the last time? What's the last game?
It was October, whatever it was at Boston.
25th.
October 25th.
Yeah, it's been a while. Just didn't have it. Didn't have it. I mean,
kind of like Matt Smith bathing. You know, you got to go back a month and a half and try to figure out when the friggin' day was you put soap on your butt.
I don't know. He looks clean to me.
I'm pretty hygienic, I'll have you know.
well,
I'll
don't
have you know.
about that.
Although, wasn't it you who were in the studio a little bit earlier this week talking about how much your head itched? And
Yeah,
I'm the
it was
one who's
awful.
got hygiene problems?
You have lice?
I know.
He was scratching the hell out of his head like he
the
did.
The hat was bothering my head. It sucked.
You ever met
know,
anybody
it's-
with lice?
Currently or
In
like
school?
previously?
No, like in school, like back in grade school. Like
No.
anybody running around with lice?
No.
Yeah, I dated this chick with a lot. Yeah, it was. You know, we don't talk about it too much.
I was gonna say.
Oh man, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I used to have bad
No.
dandruff, and I thought it was lice.
Great.
How big was the dandruff?
Well, pretty bad.
It clearly.
Was it?
I mean,
was
head
it running
and shoulders
around?
bad.
Yeah,
it
was it
bad.
crawling around?
No, I mean, there was no movement. But if you shook your head, there was movement.
26
Okay, copy.
games
All
for
right.
the Avalanche without a regulation loss. How about that? 26 games.
Well, no, they had one regulation loss. Sorry, in 26 games, one.
Excuse
Boston.
me. Thank you, Moj. Early on a Friday, I appreciate that. 26 games with just one regulation loss, and their 17-game point streak in general ended, which was the second longest in franchise history to that month in their run-up to the Cup, Moj, in January, where they just they won 17 of 19 overall and didn't lose in regulation at all. So incredibly impressive start overall for the Avalanche. Last night, look, we talked about this yesterday a little bit, and Lyles made the point in the broadcast before the Canucks game after talking to Footer pregame was that, hey, these teams are going to come out ready to go against the Avs, because if they don't and they sleepwalk into one of these games, they could get run right over. And so I thought, it's going to require the Avalanche on a night-to-night basis to bring a little sense of urgency at the outset, I think. And they've been able to play their way into it in some of the games they've started slow. But last night, I thought the Islanders just played a good physical hockey game, Moj. They were really good in front of their own net and Colorado's net, quite frankly.
Yeah, they really were, Matt. You're right about that. They played a desperate game. I mean, in their 6 games on the homestand so far, they had only won 2. And so when you look at the Metro and how packed it is, and they want to stay in it, and they're missing Paul Mary, and Romanov is out because Rantanen blew him up. They got to do a little bit more with less. So that's what they did last night. It was very un-Avalanche-like, and I look through the numbers, guys, after each period, and I can get a really good feel for how things really are going by certain indicators, including total shots and total shots against and this and that and so on. And from the outset, it did not feel like a typical Avalanche game. It felt like they're not defending as well as they should. The Islanders are getting too many kicks at the can down low like they shouldn't.
Yeah, it was too open.
They're retrieving pucks very well. It just did not feel like a typical what I've come to know and everybody else has come to know is 26 games so far this year of Colorado Avalanche hockey. So it was bound to happen at some point. I'm assuming they're going to bounce back. And I'm talking to Riker last night, boys, and I think it's good. I think it's good you get pasted a little bit here. I think it's good that you're down by 3 and then you're down by 4 and you got to try to fight your way back and remember what that feels like, because I think when you're winning all the time and the puck's going in, I'm not saying you forget what that feels like, but it's good to get punked a little bit and then you get right back at it and you show who you really are, and that'll happen coming up tomorrow at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, you're not going to be perfect, but 19 shots in the first period, is that what it was, Moj?
Yeah.
19. I think a little frustration sets in after a while. When you get 19 of them and nothing goes in, then you're like, okay, what's going on here?
And you know what, though, Vic, real quick, though, I'm sorry. Some of those were, a lot of those were from the perimeter, and I'm like, you know what? You're not going to beat Sorokin just by firing it from above the circles. You're going to have to get down and dirty in his kitchen.
I thought the game changed when the Avs cut it to 4-2, and you could feel it coming, and you're like, here they go. And then they gave up that power play goal by, Bergier, what is his name, Berzon. What's his name? Barzon.
Matt Barzell.
Nice little backhand flick too.
Yeah,
that was a sweet move.
Yeah,
it was a great play.
Wow,
it was a great. You know what? That guy. Well, you talk about frustrating. That guy is a former 40-goal guy, and he's been around for a while now. But when he first came into the league, he was a young hot shot, right? And you're like, okay, you're waiting for this guy to become one of the best players in the entire National Hockey League, and he's a really good player. Don't get me wrong, but. He just has never sort of gotten to that next level, but he's a really good player with amazing skill. And he goes darting in. And dude, that backhander, Vic, he backhanded that in way harder than that one shot that you made that one time over at the rink that went through the little hole.
Yeah, you missed that, Matt. We all lined up and took massive slap shots at a tiny target, and I'm the only one who executed in the clutch time.
At a Tudor, or no? Not a full-on tarp.
No, it wasn't a Tudor. It was like win a free dog, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Yeah. But you had to skate the length of the ice, stop, and then just wind up from way back.
That is untrue. You walked out on a red carpet and you fired the puck. Yeah,
I was going to say.
Full of crap.
By the way, controversial play in the first goal of the game last night for New York, where the Avs had challenged it for goalie interference, Moj. I mean, they are jamming away in the crease on Blackwood, and he gets knocked down. He's got a stick in between his legs. Puck kind of comes out to a bit of just near the circle. They put it in, and apparently it's not goalie interference. Bedsy after the game was that is as strongly as I've heard him criticize the officials.
Yeah, dudes, I'm going to be honestly laying it out here. I don't know what goalie interference is, so don't ask me because I'm tired of it.
Bedsy, did you hear the sound?
I'm sick of it. I don't know what I don't know. Listen, man, if I'm the broadcaster of the team, and I've seen goalie interference in my lifetime now through all the hockey I watch and through my own team a billion times, and it's getting less and here's what sucks. In my opinion, here's what really, really, truly sucks besides Matt's hair. Here's what really stinks, is that as time goes on, as we get further into the seasons, right, it becomes less and less clear what goalie interference really is. I used to have a pretty damn good handle on it, and I think the league did as well. But as we move on, it's getting much more mucky and muddy on what it truly is. And now I throw my hands in the air and say, I don't know, because I've seen some stuff I've seen goals that were reversed, where I'm like, dude, what would dude do? Maybe go, breathe like some onion breath on a dude, and it's goalie interference. Last night, I don't know how a goalie who's in his crease, got knocked down in his crease, gets a stick stuck in his pad like a shish kebab, can't get up because of it, and can't make a save, and that's not goalie interference. I just don't know what I don't know, and it makes me mad. I wish I did know.
According to the officials, the puck was still moving, and with the puck still moving, everybody has a shot at it. Everybody has access to the puck. I'm just telling you what they said. I agree.
Is that what you're telling me? Okay, that's what you're telling me. Great.
That's what they're telling you, not what
I'm keep telling me. Well, you keep telling me what they're telling me. Keep doing it.
Okay.
It's going to make a difference.
I can tell you what they're telling me.
Well,
I'll tell you what I'm going to tell you.
Tell me what you want to tell me.
You guys are something else.
I read. Hold on a second, Matt. This is what we do. I got to get it. Listen, if you keep me bottled up, I'm just going to explode today. All right, so you might as well let me get it out right now at 9:09 in the morning. The league sends out. Where is it? I think I already erased it. The league sends out like a recap of the challenge and why it's, not disallowed. And I've already erased it. I was so mad. It said incidental contact and all this kind of thing. Well, Riker made a very good point. When you're talking about a stick that is wedged and stuck in somebody's gear, what if the stick had gotten stuck in his catching glove? I mean, just because it's wedged in his pad and he can't get up, is that any different than being wedged in his catching glove and he can't reach up and try to grab the puck out of midair? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's frustrating to me. And look, man, they didn't deserve to win that game. Okay, they did not deserve to win that hockey game. They were the worst team. The Islanders were the better team. Ain't no doubt about it whatsoever. But I sure would like to know what I don't know. I sure would like to understand what is and what is not goalie interference so that I can relay it to the fans, and so can Riker. I mean, the coach was apoplectic after the game. He's like, listen, Jared Bednar won't challenge unless he thinks he's got a chance to win, because you don't want to put anybody on a power play when you're already losing. He thought it was goalie interference.
Can we hear from Bedsy?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Sure, I'd love to.
Let's hear him. Bednar after the game last night on the controversial first goal for New York.
Hey, listen, I think goalie interference is a joke. If it's not goalie interference, I don't know what is. You can't just shove the goalie's pads out of the way and then create a loose puck. I mean, I'm getting them all wrong when I'm looking at the challenges around the league. So, I'm kind of having my mind. I'm not going to challenge unless it's obvious. But to me, it was obvious.
The one thing I'll say on that, guys, is JML on the post-game show, and actually I think at the intermission report, I thought he made a great point. I think it was goalie interference twice. I think it was on the initial knockdown potentially, but it definitely was when he's got his stick wedged in between the pillows of Blackwood, because, Moj, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're supposed to be responsible for your stick at all times, including all scenarios involving a high stick, how is that any different? To your point with the catching glove, hey, man, I mean, to the guy who ruled that not goalie interference, right, in Toronto, let me have you sit down and I'll jam a hockey stick between your legs and you try and get up. Tell me if you can make that save. That's kind of what it felt like.
There are days, Matt, and I'm not even kidding, I would love to jam a hockey stick between Vic's legs.
You wouldn't hit much.
I would not mind making you a human popsicle, on occasion. That's just me. Look, it's a hard job. I've been in the situation room in Toronto. I've been there. I've sat in, and watched them do their job. And it's not easy.
No.
It's really an amazing setup, and they try really hard, and they do a really good job for the most part. They do. It's not Toronto's fault. There needs to be clarification somehow. And I think that, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm guessing the mandate is, try not to show up our officials, the guys on the ice, let them make the first call. And then, if there's a preponderance of evidence to overturn it, well, look, they can't probably even see that the kid's got Gatcomb's got his stick wedged in Blackwood's right pad and this and that and so on.
Well, they don't get the same view. We got a bird's eye view. They're trying to look
we get
through
the
guys.
Overhead. Correct.
Yeah.
Get it right. All I'm saying is just get it right. That's it. Just get it right. That's all. That's all. But listen, the Avs were going to lose that game. They were not the better team. End of story.
That was much more diplomatic than JML last night.
Listen, Avs didn't have it. It started with an absolute turd burger from the situation room on the first goal. Should have been goalie interference.
Turd burger.
Yeah.
Turd burger.
Pretty apt. So, goalie interference is what pass interference is in football. It's the same thing. I don't know what it is. I can watch a football play, and there could be two referees discussing it, and I'm like, okay, are they going to consider the hand fighting? Are they going to consider the last shove by the offensive guy? Are they going to consider the defensive guy pulling at the waist? What are they looking at that I don't know? I don't know what pass interference is. You guys don't know. You think you know? You don't know. None of us know what pass interference is. None.
Roughing the quarterback sometimes, Matt. A player gets blocked into a player gets blocked into the opposing quarterback by the quarterback's tackle, falls on him, and they blame dude. And you're like, man, I don't know, man. I know that the intentions are good, but the road to hell is littered with good intentions.
What's an NBA travel anymore? What's a travel? If you slowed down most NBA players, I saw this video of Luka Doncic the other night backing down somebody. And when they slowed it down, I was like, oh my God, this is what we see every night, but we really don't see it. So he's dribbling. And every time he dribbles, he takes the ball and puts his palm basically underneath the ball and manipulates the ball like a yo-yo. He takes his palm, it's palming every single time. He palms the ball every time. I'm not asking for guys to go back to the Bob Cousy days where you lay your hand flat and slap down on the ball, right?
But
Exactly. But if you watch any NBA player in slow-mo, just watch slow-mo, and watch how many times the ball is carried. The entire thing is a carry. I don't know what travel is. No idea.
Does it exist in the NBA? I wasn't sure that it did. I mean, I watch games every night, and it happens all the time. At least that it looks like it to me, but it's never.
They
called.
whistled Jamal the other night for travel, and they whistled Jamal and Bruce Brown. And as I'm watching, I'm like, I laughed. I snickered because it's so rare to see a travel call. I don't even know what it is anymore.
You snickered, did you? Did you snicker?
Yeah, it was a snicker.
That's great.
Avs have only given. Excuse me, Moj. We got to get out of here on this one. But
Please.
the Avs have only tallied 3 power play goals on the road in 27 games this year. Got to be better. Got to be better.
Matt. 2 of those goals came. Here's the thing. 1 goal came at the start of the season against the Kings. 2 of those goals came against Vancouver in 1 game. Okay, that's 3 total on the road this year. That just ain't gonna cut it, homie. That is not gonna cut it. And when you have a 6-on-4, you got to score. You got to.
Where are you, Moj?
I'm in Manhattan.
Oh, okay, so did you guys physically move hotels from the island?
Physically bust from the island, from Garden City, all the way to Manhattan. Yes.
How long was that bus ride?
About an hour.
What floor are you on?
Little less than an hour.
Hey, I mean, you can't be going and giving away sensitive information like what
it's
floor
an
he's
inside
on.
joke. Let's see if you remember.
What'd you say?
What floor are you on, Moj?
Wood.
Good.
Inside jokes. Love to be a part of one someday. Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. On the other side, we'll take our first stab at previewing Broncos and Raiders because it may look like ripe for a blowout on the outside, but there's a lot at stake for Denver, and we'll explain next. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. It's a Bud Light Football Friday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. By the way, Nate and Andy are live from the Old Man Bar in Broomfield today, and they're giving away Bud Light VIP tailgate passes and a pair of tickets to the Broncos-Jags game. They've got great specials on Bud Light starting at 3, and make sure to enter for those Broncos tickets. Come on and stop by. We'll see you at the Old Man Bar in Broomfield this afternoon.
There's a bar called the Old Man Bar, and we're not featured there?
I was going to say, I think that's whatever bar either one of you walk into instantly becomes the Old Man Bar.
I mean, if you're going to have the bar, have some old men in the bar.
I think it's implied.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Those guys are too young to be at the Old Man Bar.
Well, maybe it's a hip swinging joint. I don't know. I've never been there. Maybe I'll go today. See Nate and Andy. Broncos and Raiders this weekend. Broncos on a 9-game winning streak. Oh, how sweet it is. Going for 10 in a row, guys.
So the Broncos now own in town the longest win streak. It used to be the Avalanche, right? It was the Avalanche. Point streak, win streak, whatever you want to call it. Now it's the Broncos again. Would you have ever guessed that in December, of the 3 teams, the Denver Broncos would have the longest win streak? That's
not a chance.
Darn crazy is what that is. Crazy.
Is there still juice to this Broncos-Raiders thing? Like, are we past that for this year at least?
Yes. I wanted to say, there's always going to be juice. The Raiders are always going to be an arch rival. But when one of the teams just got awful, it's hard. When the Broncos were awful, it was hard. I think both teams have to have something at stake. You hate to lose to them. You know, I don't like their faces and all that stuff, but it just doesn't have the same juice. It doesn't. Plus, when they moved from Oakland, Moj, I'll never forget making those trips to Oakland and coming in on the team buses and having the Raider Nation out there throwing things at the Broncos bus, walking out in those tailgates in that little dress-up routine they have, Halloween every day there. It was just different. And now that the team is in Vegas, I can't speak for Vegas. Just doesn't feel right. Not to me.
Yeah, it's you know, it's like, can you really get all jazzed up to fight a showgirl? I mean, that's kind of what it is now.
That's a good point.
No offense.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just like, listen, back in the AFL days, I'm sure that brewed a lot of the rivalry, the angst and anger and whatnot. Then the Raiders were good, Matt. Yeah. Then the Broncos became good in 77, but the Raiders were already good.
You know, you bring up a good point, Moj, and I want to, historically, here's what the Raiders mean to the Broncos. Here's what it is from a history standpoint. They were the measuring stick in the 70s. They were the team that the Broncos could not beat. And then when they did finally get by them in 77, it changed everything, much like the Nuggets and Lakers. It's the same thing. The Nuggets used the Lakers as a measuring stick, the team that persecuted them for years. And once they swept them in the Western Finals, things changed. Those are those teams, and that's how they're treated.
100%. You know, and when you had your division, it wasn't Chargers, it wasn't the Seahawks back in the day and so on. It was always the Raiders were the team. And then, you know, look, the Shanahan stuff through the 90s only added to it because he was done wrong by Al Davis, big time. And so that added to it. And the players wanted to win for their coach and so on and so forth. Then you get into the 2000s. And now it's been 25 years since the turn of the century, which is flippin' crazy to think about. Man, it ain't junk. It ain't nothing. Now, you know, nowadays it's like,
there's not enough hate.
There's not enough hate. Nah. I mean, you can make fun of Mark Davis's haircut, and that's an easy thing to do. But other than and then pretty boy Tom Brady and his Botox, you know, having a part of that team, you can do that. But it's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. I'm not going to try to manufacture crap.
No, there was legit hate. There was, I mean, these teams, these franchises despised one another. And when you had a Bronco, like, remember when Romanowski went to the dark side? And you feel it. It's different. It's not the same. It may never be the same unless both teams are playing at a very high level at the same time.
How ironic, too, that it was the hit by Romo that ended TD's career, essentially. Just ironic. I mean, that's ironic, but
wait, was he on that
life,
hit?
Man.
On the sideline?
I'm pretty sure he was Romo who laid the hit. Am I wrong? I thought it was Romanowski.
I don't remember it being Romo. I remember Matt Lepsis running into TD, trying to make a block on the outside. I don't remember Romo being involved. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember.
No, you're right. It was Lepsis who. Romo did something in a Raiders uniform to TD. He did something. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, it's a long time ago. So whatever the case may be, it's just, Matt, it's not the same. The Broncos are going to crush their face. That's all there is to it.
Romo stomped on TD's ankle during a 1998 practice. Is that what you're thinking of?
Maybe. I don't know what I'm thinking of. Screw it. Just take back everything I said.
Good.
Everything I said.
Coming up.
Take it all. Oh, no, it was Lepsis who nailed – not Lepsis, criminy. It was Romo who nailed Greasy, who put Greasy out. That's what it was. Bill Romanowski smoked Brian Greasy. That's it.
That sounds more accurate now that you bring it up. Yeah. By the way, at 9 o'clock, we're going to talk to Q Myers of ESPN Radio and Raider Nation Radio. Go behind enemy lines with him. Q's a great guy. And the Raiders are a mess right now, so I'm curious to get his takeaways because – guys, I don't think there's an easy way out of that. We'll speak about it a little bit more coming up at the top of the hour.
You know what, Matt? Yeah. They're enough of a mess, though, to ruin a party for the Denver Broncos, and that's what you have to be worried about.
How is that mess? Vic, with all
they're
due
enough of a
respect
mess.
to you.
When your season is over, when your season is done, when you know you're done, these kind of games for a team like that can give them something in a otherwise lost season. That's all I'm telling you. Beware of the wounded animal called the Raiders. Beware.
Oh, okay. I don't disagree with you, and with all due respect, I understand what you're saying, and that is, look, they'll just fly around out there. They got nothing to lose, blah, blah, blah. But they ain't got enough talent to beat you. Unless you beat yourself, they ain't got enough talent to do that. So unless you think they're going to run around trying to injure people or whatever, I don't see that happening that way.
Moj on the Shop Mazda text line. People are saying that TD got injured trying to make a tackle on an interception Jets game. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, that was is that what it was? Yeah, that was a greasy throw though.
Yeah.
You might want to just go back to bed because your historical anecdote of that play was wrong on every accord. Every the team wrong, the player wrong. I mean, I'm surprised you remember Terrell Davis' name.
Somebody help me. Who did Bill Romanowski injure on the Denver Broncos after he went to the Raiders? Who was it?
Somebody said Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp, I remember in a situation. I don't even recall that being it wasn't like a cheap shot.
I mean, this is a long time ago.
It was like a tackle or something, yeah.
All right, let's move on. This is a rather important game for the Broncos, even though the quality of opponent isn't very impressive. As far as what's at stake, quite frankly, a lot. In the AFC West, the Chargers really needed Washington to convert that 2-point conversion last week to try and knock Denver down a rung so they could find a way to keep pace in the West. I don't know if you guys saw, but Justin Herbert returned to practice yesterday with we talked about how he had an oven mitt on his hand before. It was almost like his left hand was in a full cast.
Yeah, the Nicolas Cage hand. I mean, I don't – so – how does he take a snap? I'm watching it in practice. Is he just catching it with one hand and using the other one just to hold
guide
it there?
I think so. So, again, they needed that, and without it, the Broncos' division win probability winning in Washington increased by 7 points to an AFC-leading 87%, while the Chargers' odds fell to roughly just 1 in 10. So the Broncos control their own destiny. You beat the Raiders, you own every last tiebreak with the Patriots. So if for some reason, let's just say the Broncos win this week, the Patriots are idle on a bye. If for some reason, coming down the stretch, both those teams drop a game and you still finish with the same record after beating the Raiders, you're made in the shade because you own the tiebreak. So it is a very important game because in the process of controlling your own destiny, this is a big box to check, guys. It really is. So in that regard, I'd like to see the Broncos not come out and play with their food here. They've done that too many times this year, in my opinion. And I know we've had this conversation, right? We don't want to pick things apart too much. You got to be grateful for wins. But eventually you start doing that. Those are the types of things that can get you beat.
But hold on a second. You're making a statement there, and I'm used to it because Moser does it every week.
Okay.
We are now 12 games into a season, and only twice this season have the Broncos done what you just said. Just walloped the team and took care from the... It's not what this team does. It's not who they are. It's not in their makeup. Of course they're going to play with their food. Of course it's going to be tight. Of course there are going to be moments in this game where you're like, what is going on? And that's how they play. That's how they win. See, if your expectations are exactly that, you won't be as freaked out about it come Sunday.
Have the Broncos peaked this year?
What do you mean by peaked?
I don't think I don't if you're talking about, I don't think they peaked at all anywhere, except maybe defensively at times. But offensively, they are far from high school with a Camaro and the high school quarterback. They're far from that, bro.
So it stands to reason that there's still room to grow. Because don't you want to be playing your best football at this time of year? Don't you want to be playing your best football heading into the playoffs?
You could argue their best football was played against the Dallas Cowboys on a picture-perfect day.
Well, that's why I asked you if they peaked. I mean, is that the Broncos' peak? Do they get better than what they were against Dallas?
Peaking is winning close games late in the season and in the playoffs. That's peaking. I don't care how you get there. I don't care how you win them, but you just win them. That's peaking in my world.
Okay. All right. Well, coming up at the top of the hour, I was listening to PhD yesterday, and Vic, throughout the course of the week, as we've been having this back and forth, you've brought up quite a few times the 2015 team, and that, look, that's not a dynamic offense, a great defense, and they were able to win a lot of close games and get the job done. We just so happen to have one of those guys on staff. And Tyler gave his opinion on that yesterday, and I'll play it for you coming up at the top of the hour because I'll be curious to know what you have to say to one of the guys who was on that 2015 team. Mm-hmm. Tyler seems to think there's a little room to grow. And to his point, the Broncos aren't comfortable winning the way they're winning. They're glad to win, but this is, if you were to ask Sean Payton, you good? Like, you good? He would not be.
Sure. Well, he's never going to say that. But and I can't wait to hear the sound because there's one distinct difference between this team and that 2015 team. And we'll get into that later. There's one.
Yeah, and I think I know what it is. Yeah. I think I know exactly what it is. But yeah, well, Sean Payton, that's a great point though, Matt. Will Sean Payton ever be satisfied with anything? I mean, look, the Broncos could win 40-0, and he would find, and rightfully so, he'll find things to nitpick to try to make his team better. I don't think he's the kind of guy that's ever like, you know what, that was a damn good win.
Yeah.
You know
what he is, Moj? You know
what's
what he
that?
is? He is like all of us who play golf. Like you go out and you shoot, let's say you go out and shoot a 71. What are you thinking about after that round, Moj?
Could have been a 69.
Exactly right. Mm-hmm. That's what he is. He's got a golfer's mentality. No matter what you do on the course, no matter how well you play, beyond expectation, there are always shots you want back. Always.
Yep. You know, Matt, that is so damn true, though. Man, I had some good rounds this summer, and I'm not like, oh man, that was a nice 71. That was I'm really proud of that. Was 2 under on the back. I felt really good. I'm always bitching and moaning.
What'd you shoot?
I'm always bitching and moaning that on the front I was 1 over on the front, right? And I'm like, oh man, I could have been even on the front. That I'm just a big whiner about it, big baby.
What did you shoot rolling?
Like 90, 92.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and then there are the days where I can't keep the ball out of a squirrel's butt, and I'm like then I'm happy to get a par, and then I'm like begging myself for another par. Yeah. Just golf is so stupid.
Yeah, learn something on this show, Matt. Never bring up golf because this is what happens.
I love golf. I'm right there with you. I totally understand.
This is what
you look like you're not very good. Let's go.
By the way, Tyler Polumbus,
let's go.
You mentioned Tyler. He will be in the booth with me tomorrow when Altitude and Altitude Radio, it's going to be simulcast on Altitude Radio. We're going to be carrying the 3A, 4A, and 5A state championship games, and I cannot wait. I've spent the last 3 days pouring, and I mean pouring through rosters, Max Prep's website, videos, trying to learn who these guys are, trying to learn players' names. I am more confused today than I was on Tuesday when I started this process.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Vic, because I want to touch on that. And you posted something on social media that clearly meant a lot to you, and I want to know why. So let's dive into it next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Happy Friday to you and yours. You made it to the weekend. Feels so good. Remember, whether you're at home this weekend or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. And you're going to want to use that Altitude Sports Radio app this weekend because we are chock full. Nuggets and Hawks tonight. Tomorrow, Moser's on the call. Avs in New York City to take on the Rangers. We've got the SEC Championship, Georgia and Alabama, Ohio State and Indiana following that. And then, of course, on 9:50 tomorrow, the 3A State Championship, Nate and Andy on the call. And then at 5 o'clock, Vic and Tyler on the call. And before we went to break, Vic, you were talking about how you've been spending a good amount of time this week catching up on everything 5A State Championship related. How's it been going?
First of all, I love it. I don't want to make it sound like it's laborious. I love it. I love pouring through it. I don't get a chance, as Moser knows, I don't get a chance to do play-by-play much, maybe once a year, right? So that's hard enough as it is, because what Moser does, what he makes look easy is not. It's not easy at all. It's a lot of information you have to go through in football. When you're doing a game like if I do a Nuggets game or a Broncos game, I already know all the players and their numbers. When you're doing high school games, I don't know these kids. I don't know anything about them. So you're trying to learn the kids so that you can properly execute the game. You want to honor them and make sure that they have a good broadcast. They're going to treasure these things, right? So that to me
yeah, they're gonna go home and re-listen to your broadcast of their game, and they're gonna treasure it. Man.
That's not what I meant. I don't want to
sleep with the cassette tape, and they're gonna touch themselves. Yeah, it's gonna be great.
I don't want to mess up a kid's name. I want to make sure everything is good for that kid going forward. And the reason I bring that up is because I believe, and those listening and watching may disagree, I believe there is no purer form of sports, team sports, than high school sports. Agreed. I've been in this business a long time. And when you interview athletes and ask them, hey, give me your recollection, greatest moment ever, or what comes to mind when you think of this? More often than not, they go back to high school. The other night, after Jamal Murray scored 52 points on 10 of 11 from 3, do you remember what he did in the Nuggets locker room? Do you guys remember what he did? He went to FaceTime.
I really don't.
He had a group FaceTime chat with 5 of his buddies from high school back home. 5 of his high school buddies. And having grown up in this community, having lived it, having played high school sports, followed it, covered it, nothing means more to me, than high school memories. Mainly because, we didn't play at the next level like a lot of these dudes. But even those who did, they don't forget about high school. That's where true memories are made, man. That's where true friendships are made. That's when this guy's going to be a stud, or this guy's got this. And then years later, when you get together with those dudes, you just go back and you relive those times. There's nothing like it. That's what high school is to me. I will never forget 1987, playing for Holy Family.
Oh, here we go.
We hosted Denver Christian at our gym. And at the time, Denver Christian was ranked number 1 in the state. It was a big deal. And we got word that week that Marcia Neville, the great Marcia Neville, one of the pioneers in high school reporting, one of the first to do it, she was going to be at our game, covering it for Channel 4. Do you understand what that did to our school, to our players, to our team? We won that game. It was an upset. It was amazing. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, Vic, to be perfectly honest with you, I was giving you the business a little bit earlier. I'm a little bit jealous because, every year, Matt, we do high school football on our station. And every year the boss goes, hey, can you do a couple games, or do you want a couple games? I'm like, yeah, I'd love to do what I can. And this year I was only able to do one because of the hockey schedule. But it's fun, man. I tell the story, Matt, I live in Parker, and I would just go to Echo at times when I had an ability on a Friday night. Now, I don't know who's playing out at Echo, but I just go and sit in the stands and watch some high school football. It's fun as heck, man. It takes you back. We've got a lot of talent in this beautiful state. I'm jealous of you, Vic. I think it's going to be a good time. Now, 3 games in a row, that's a lot of football you guys are going to be calling, but it's going to be fun as heck.
Hey, as a play-by-play guy and guy who has to prepare for every game, and I don't know how you do it, you're a wizard, just go ahead and ask me some questions. Ask me what should I know, right? Like, prep me. Go ahead, challenge me.
What kind of offenses do the 3As
They're
run?
all spread. If you watch high school football, everybody's spread now. I mean,
Pretty-
everybody's
pretty
got
much- it
one
pretty much
quarterback
is, yeah.
with a running back back there. Although Palmer Ridge and Dakota Ridge, they'll muck it up sometimes, run some diamond formations back there, but it's all spread.
Okay. So he's Matt, he's primed and ready to go for
Go
Saturday,
ahead,
for tomorrow.
Matt. Go ahead.
It's going to be awesome.
Fire one away. Try and get me.
Who's a backup quarterback for the lower seeded team?
Lower seeded team. Well, both team. All 4 games, all 3 games we're doing feature, I think, the number 1 and 2 teams. The 2 games I'm doing, they're all undefeated, right? So you're asking for the backup quarterback for the lower seeded team.
I mean, in a moment's notice, you could need to have that information right out of your holster.
Palmer Ridge's backup quarterback, I believe, is their punter. Let me see. The Ralston Valley backup quarterback played 2 games this year because their number 1 quarterback, Zeke Andrews, who's a stud, who I learned this week, by the way, Zeke Andrews, the 6'6" stud for Ralston Valley, CSU pulled a scholarship.
Wow.
They pulled a scholarship.
Why?
Yeah. Well, coaching change. He was going to go there and play under Jay. And Jay lost the job, and Jim Mora came in, and they notified him over the weekend before signing day they pulled a scholarship, which sucks. I mean, the guy's going into his high school championship game, and now he's looking for a new job.
That's a bummer. Best of luck to him.
He's looking for a new job.
Well, they are.
It's basically a job.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I got you. Okay.
All right, so you're excited to do it then. Who you're doing it with Tyler, and then
Yeah.
Rachel's on the sideline, right?
Yep.
Well, that'll be fun. That'll be a great time. You were telling me the other day, though, that you were pretty passionate about just how much high school kids are transferring these days, Vic. You were telling me that you really weren't.
I don't know if you guys
jive with
read that story, and this has happened for years, right? The transfer rules and people stacking teams, and all of a sudden some kid shows up out of nowhere and makes your team better, and teams players join forces at certain schools. It's gone on for years. But now, some of the transfer rules that are in place in the state of Colorado, they're trying their best. And I'm not blaming CHSAA. CHSAA does what it can to stomp this stuff out. It's on the ADs and the coaches and the parents. Some of these parents will go to unlimited means to make sure that their kid is on a better team. I read this story in the Denver Post that parents will feign divorce and come up with a new address to move their kid.
Saw that. Saw that.
That to me, if you're going to that level to make sure that your kid plays for school X over school Z, what is wrong with you? Whatever happened, guys, whatever happened? It's my pickup basketball mentality. Like, you show up at the gym and you're playing the game and you play with the guys that are there. You don't try to stack your team. Whatever happened to playing for your local high school? Why is that? Why have we gone from that? Why has that been abandoned? Like, I lived 3 blocks away from my school. It was 3 blocks away. I played for my local high school.
Well, you also went
that?
You also went the. I mean, listen, you also went the Holy Family anyway. If you lived across town,
I may not have gone to Holy Family across town.
Okay.
I lived 3 blocks from my school.
Well, but the old Holy Family is right by your folks' house. Yes,
Exactly.
correct.
But the point is, why is it that we don't do that anymore? Where did
I
you
don't know,
live
Vic,
in relation to your school?
Who, me?
Yes.
For half my high school, I could walk there in 2 minutes.
Matt, where did you live in
2
relation
minutes.
to your high school?
I was one of these guys that was never close to my school, ever. Not my entire life.
Yeah, and then we moved when I became a junior, senior. We moved, and I had to drive every day.
But you went to that same school. I understand it.
I went to the same school. There was no other school.
All right.
That was it.
Would you live on a
I went
farm?
to that school. No, man. It's now where my parents' house was out by the lake. They've built a brand new high school, I don't know, 25, 30 years ago, and all the kids out there go there, which is, I guess, what I would have done. But that was the only school to go to, man.
Yeah.
Everybody came from miles around to go to that school.
Somebody on the text line asked a great question. I thought Denver or Colorado was open enrollment. It is. But the athletic rules are is if you transfer schools, you got to sit out of here. if you don't transfer under hardship rules, right? Hardship means that your parents got divorced and you moved, or some family matter. And that's what some parents are doing. They're lying about divorce. Just flat out lying. What the hell is that?
Like mom and dad are like, yeah, we're splitting up, but they really don't. They just get an address inside that perimeter for that school, and then that's the dad's new single dad house and all that kind of crap. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's not funny. It's just it's crazy.
This is Vic's existential crisis and ranting about how things keep changing and don't stay the same. I started this whole rant by saying this has been going on for years. So you're wrong, Texter. You're wrong. And you're probably a guy guilty of doing exactly this. You probably divorced your wife so your kid could get a better opportunity elsewhere.
Oh my
And I'm
God.
preaching right at you.
What's the boundary there? Like, how far will you go? Because getting, at least feigning divorce, I feel like that's pretty intense, because at that stage, it affects, like, your friend circle.
Yeah,
Have you no shame? What I'm saying is, like,
I married this stripper. I married this stripper so that my kid could go to the high school that she.
It's on the parents. I'm looking at you, parents. Have you no shame? Seriously, you think your kid is that special? That good?
Hey, Vic,
buy some shame.
Did you say 1987?
Yeah.
Was that senior year?
That was my senior year, yeah.
Oh.
I'm younger than Mark Moser.
Does this sound familiar?
Oh, yeah.
Can't you?
I didn't listen to this kind of music, though.
Oh,
that
sure
was
you
Moser
didn't.
type music.
I know when you listened to it was at prom. I can see you now.
By
the way,
a catchy tune.
I know.
This is Belinda Carlisle, man. This rocks. Yeah, this jams, baby.
Bring it up a little bit, Mitch. I can just see Vic now. What did you use in your hair back then, Vic?
I actually got a soft perm. Hold on, let me answer this text.
God.
5957. Well, Vic went to a private Catholic school. You're damn right I did, and I was proud. My parents were immigrants. They came here with nothing, very little money, and they paid for their kids to go to private Catholic school 3 blocks away from their home. I'm not going to apologize about that. You're damn right I did. And I was an altar boy for 8 years.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Texter! Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Thanks for being here. Broncos and Raiders, we'll break it all down coming up next. Kick it up for a minute, Mitch.
I had low testosterone, didn't know it, went in for a physical with my doctor, and he goes, yeah, your T's getting a little bit low. And I go, oh, that stinks. He goes, yeah, you're just getting older. I'm like, all right, well, I didn't know that I could do something about it, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic helped me out in a big-time way. Maybe you have bad sleep patterns, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. You don't feel like you did when you were younger. That's because your T starts to go down every single year in your early to mid-30s. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, I'm just not the same. Well, they can help you out. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. It takes 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes in your day. And then do something about it. Schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes. Look, within a few weeks, you're going to feel your energy return. Brain fog will go away. Your sleep will improve. Your workouts, everything else is going to be helped by that. And they are the best at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've been in business for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. There's no need to wait. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here on a Friday. Happy to have you along for the ride. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Guys, Christmas is going to come early for the Broncos a little bit and Broncos fans this year, no matter what. I don't know if you saw this yet, but Netflix is releasing a documentary on John Elway set to come out December 22nd. I caught the trailer yesterday. Sign me up, man. That's on my to-do list come around Christmas week.
In fact, that's going to be required viewing for anybody who listens to this show. If you don't watch it, then don't listen. Just change the channel. Because if you're going to learn about the history of Denver sports, and I think everybody should, if you're going to be a Denver sports fan, it pretty much it goes without saying you have to know the history of Elway because he changed the face of Denver sports forever.
Did you catch that trailer, Moj?
I did, and I think it's going to be awesome. You know, I go back. You guys have seen what is it, 30 for 30, whatever it is from ESPN about the 83 draft.
Yeah.
And they get Marvin Demoff, right, and he has all of his notes from that time about the two quarterbacks, Elway and Marino and the whole draft. It's fascinating. Well, obviously, this is all about John. I think it's going to be great, man. I think it's going to be really, really good. You know the thing about John Elway, too? What I love about him is he can be an emotional guy. You know, he sort of he lays it out there. He's not afraid to kind of show his feelings and show what he's all about. I think it's going to be flippin' great. And I agree with Vic, Matt, that if you're from Colorado and you want to know about real history of Denver sports, You've got to see this. You've got to see it multiple times, I'm sure.
So we're going to break that down, right? Like, I mean, that's required viewing, as Vic said.
Oh, when it's done?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Oh, yeah.
Is it a multiple piecer, or is it just a one-off?
It's a one-off. It's just one show.
Okay. All right, good. So we'll definitely get a chance to break that down. Broncos and Raiders coming up. Broncos going for 10 in a row, folks. I mean, cherish it, because it hadn't happened around here in a little while that the Broncos...
You know, and it probably won't... The way the circumstances have worked out this year, and by the way, depending on how many wins they finish with, next year's schedule is going to be a lot tougher. So you're getting into the elite now here. You're starting to get... If you're going to play big boy football and win big boy type of games and multiple games, you're going to get a big boy schedule the following year. You probably won't see a 10-game win streak too often around these parts or any parts in the NFL.
You know, it's interesting you brought up the Chargers earlier in the show, and everybody seems to think that the race is over in the division. But if you take a closer look at the standings, the Broncos only lead the Chargers by 2 games. If the Broncos slip up, let's say this week, the Chargers still play the Broncos again, and they own the tiebreaker currently because they've beaten them. This ain't over. Don't make any assumptions. Now, I know the Chargers' record is 8-4. They're 2 behind, but they own the tiebreaker. And the last game of the season is against the Chargers. It's not over yet.
I hear you. I'm also looking at strength of schedule right now, and I think that factors in. So, okay, it might not be technically over, but I'm not all that worried about it. Call me crazy.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert coming back from hand surgery. You're right. Anything can happen. I just think the probability right now is so high that it doesn't pan out that way, because Denver's remaining strength of schedule is 11th,
yeah,
and the Chargers is 3rd. I mean,
I'm looking. You're right. I'm looking at the Chargers' remaining schedule, and you could look at it 2 ways. If they can survive this schedule, this is going to be a dangerous team. They got the Eagles at home, at the Chiefs, at the Cowboys, and we've learned something about Dallas, a different animal when they're at home. Then the Texans, and then, of course, the Broncos to cap off the season. That is a rigorous walk down the final stretch for the Chargers.
And that sorry,
the
Moj,
Broncos. I'll just say, Matt, the Broncos have they got the division, man. Listen, I know we're going to talk about it because it's still in play, but they got the division, bro. They got it.
By the way, I think DMac might even be more confident heading into this weekend than Moj is, because Moj basically back-to-back a bold proclamation from last week, to which, by the way, he lost a bottle of red to Vic. Still has not paid that up, but it's okay. We'll give him a break. He's in New York today.
I'm in Manhattan, bro. Bro, what do you want me to do?
I know.
Tie a bottle of red wine around a carrier pigeon's friggin' leg and send it west?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you could just DoorDash him. It looks like he's at home. You got the address, right?
Did you? Yeah, you know what? Don't even get me off topic, because the bottle of wine that Vic had at Thanksgiving would choke a giraffe. But other than that, he's not hurting for wine, trust me.
Well, the point was the bold proclamation you made earlier this week is that the Broncos are going to beat that ass, right? I mean, that's what you said.
Totally.
That's what you said. And so I was listening to PhD yesterday, Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac, and they had Shefty on. And there was a little wager made between DMac and Adam Schefter, not a small wager, I might add, that the Broncos, which DMac is on this side, are going to win by 20. No reaction.
Really? I thought you were going to play a little sound. Recapping what happened.
No.
That's my bad.
Did you want to hear DMac's voice right now?
Well, no, but I'm in Manhattan, so I gotta try to read your goatee language.
I see.
The Broncos will win by 20. I could easily see that happening.
Well, he said same thing the last time they played the Raiders. So you guys keep saying the same thing. You and DMac both, on multiple occasions this season, you and DMac predicted double-digit big wins, and the Broncos keep eking out close games. And
the Raiders didn't stink nearly as bad as they do right now at that point, Vic. I mean, they stink.
When are you guys going to learn? When are you going to learn this is what the Broncos are? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's like you're trying to dress up an ugly date.
All right.
They're not, and I don't mean that in a bad sense. They're not ugly. That's your date. That's what you got. It's how they play.
I want to get into that. I want to get into that conversation because it's what we've been having all week, essentially. It's not a flawless team. It's not. There's some warts here, but everybody does have them. However, Tyler yesterday was talking about this exact thing and said, look, a lot of people around here are just kind of assuming that the Broncos have learned how to close games and have learned how to win close games, but this is not the way that Sean Payton wants it to go.
I think everybody's getting a little bit ahead of their skis on this whole the Broncos know how to win close games thing. There's no coach in America, there's no coach in the NFL that wants to win games the way the Broncos are winning games. Sean Payton does not dream about winning games like this. Maybe Vic Fangio did. Maybe. Sean Payton does not dream of winning games like this. This is not ideal. This is not the way they want to go about their business.
Moj, that's what you and I have been saying pretty much all week. But Vic has been telling us, hey, guys, they may have some warts, but who cares?
Yeah, look, I don't even know how to put this. I'm so confident at the Raiders' inability to win a game that it doesn't matter how many warts the Broncos have. It doesn't matter if the warts show up and they got to get compound W and put it all over their bodies. It doesn't matter because the Raiders are just not good. That defense of the Denver Broncos, it's my opinion, unless somehow, Matt, Pete Carroll replaces Geno Smith's ability at this point with, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, which he can't do. Or they take that film from last week's game against Washington and they just completely emulate Mariota to the T. And Ashton Genty all of a sudden starts running the football because the offensive line can actually open up a hole. I believe the Broncos defense is going to tee off on the Raiders offense. The Broncos D is just going to ramrod them. Geno Smith is, I think, the most sacked quarterback in the NFL. He's going to be on his back a lot, hobbling around. So you got that going for you, and then the offense only has to be a little bit competent, warts and all. Period. That's it.
Any reaction there, Vic? Because that's a little bit different than what you've been saying from Tyler.
I just think that the 2015 team had other elements in place, and one was their Hall of Fame quarterback was in and out of the lineup, and they didn't know what they were going to do there. And once they got that settled late in the season that he could finish the season, it gave them sort of a second life. It gave them a second push. It's such a different makeup today. I mean, Bo Nix isn't injured. Bo Nix is only a second-year player. Bo Nix is still trying to find himself. Back then, you're dealing with something that's happened outside the actual games. You're dealing with a struggle between a player and his body, right? I mean, Peyton Manning was just trying to stay healthy. He had to miss several games. They were carried by his second backup quarterback for a while. So you got that thing going on at the same time, and you're still winning games. This team's different.
But see, we actually happen to have a member of that 2015 team. That is Tyler, and he seems to remember it a little bit differently.
Our defense was great all year long. Mm-hmm. Our offense was struggling. Mm-hmm. But you know what came along at the right time on offense? Our freaking running game. Mm-hmm. By the time we got to the end of the year, by the time we got to the postseason, we were running the ball. How did we beat the Chargers when Peyton and I both came in after halftime? We ran the hell out of the football. It wasn't Peyton.
No, you're right.
It wasn't any of that.
No.
We had home run hitting runs multiple times. Almost every game had a home run hitting run.
This is kind of what we've been talking about all week, Vic. Like, they've got to find a way come postseason time to run the football. So I do understand the complexities and what it means to have Peyton Manning in the locker room and running the show, but it was different. CJ played a huge role that year, and if not for CJ, who knows what happens? And I think it is really important that as we get closer to the postseason, the Broncos do have to get better. Like, maybe this is who they are, but they still have to figure out a way against the Commanders' 28th ranked rushing defense entering the game to put up more than 87 yards on 23 carries. They do.
I'm so tired of hearing about opposing teams' rankings, whether it's the Jets and their bad defense, the Giants and their bad defense and their bad offense, this and that. Because one thing we've learned about the Broncos this season, it doesn't matter what the opponent is ranked. The only one that really mattered, when the Cowboys came in with that crap defense, the Broncos tore it up. Other than that, no, is anybody paying attention here? Nobody. It doesn't reflect that way in the outcome of a game. Just because a team has a poor ranking on one side of the field, every game is so different, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter.
Moj?
I guess, Vic, what can I do to convince you? You won't be, see, here's the thing about you. You will not be convinced until you see the final score at 5 p.m. on Sunday. That's when you go, oh, okay, well, the Broncos can roll this team. Look, Matt, I guess there's a chance the Broncos don't roll the Raiders. I think there's a very, very, very slim chance that they lose the game unless it's got to be totally catastrophic. I mean, 5 turnovers, broken legs, God forbid, knock on your wood, boys. That sort of thing for them not to just roll in this game. That's my opinion. And for guys like Vic or anybody else who's willy-nilly about it, you're not going to believe it until you see it at the very end. And I'll just say this. Let's say they don't roll them or maybe even, for God forbid, lose the game. Then that is completely on the Broncos. Then that means they're a fraud. That's all there is to it. Because any competent football team battling for the number one seed in their conference, in division or otherwise, I don't give a rat's rip, especially against a dog-butt opponent. And that's exactly what the Raiders are. Chad Brown yesterday agreed, they're dog-butt. You should roll this team.
So you're not allowed to have, period. You're not allowed to have bad games? I mean, the Rams had a bad game last week. Yeah, you're not allowed to have bad games on the road?
Maybe let me get you caught up on current events. The Panthers are a lot better than they used to be, and they're a winning football team right now. The Raiders are far from that. They're a losing team. They've got 2 wins on the year, and one came in game 1 of the damn season. They stink.
Yeah, hold on, Vic. They've lost 6 straight and 10 out of their last 11, averaging just about 15 points per game, the second worst offense in the league. Are you actually telling me that if it doesn't look a little bit better, you're all good?
I don't know what that looks like. I mean, if you're expecting the Broncos to go in and win by 20, great. They may do that. If the Broncos win by 10, great. They won. If the Broncos win by 3 at the buzzer again, great.
Vic, I don't disagree with you in that regard. All I care is that they win the game. That's the bottom line. I'm just telling you what I'm predicting. I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen. I'm telling you what should happen. Use your brain a little bit. I know you have a brain in there. I know you do. Underneath that, what is that? Tiger's hat. What is that? What's that school? Is that? It's not LSU. What is that?
What do you think?
I can't see because you're too far away from the damn camera, and that writing is too tiny. Matt, what does it say?
He's getting old, Vic. Zoom in for us. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, Holy Family. Okay, that's right. They're also purple like they ripped off LSU. That's great. No problem. Fact of the matter is that you've got a brain. Use it. I know you can be scared of this and maybe in some alternate universe, the Raiders are good and the ghost of Jay Schrader is back throwing the football around for them, or I don't know what. The
So
Broncos
you're saying
should win
that
this
I'm
game.
dumb.
They should. The Broncos should go if you're really serious about the number 1 seed and you're really serious about gearing up for the postseason. You should go there. And by the way, this is not your typical road game. That black hole, that bird's nest, it's going to be full of Broncos fans.
So you're saying
full.
You're saying I'm dumb because I'm not expecting the Broncos to blow out the Raiders. I'm expecting a Broncos team that has won 10 games. They've won 9 in a row, all of which they trailed. They had to come back to win those games. Every game has been close, especially of late. So you're saying that I should change what I've seen and experienced and think more like you and expect a blowout. Okay.
Well, good. I'm glad we're in agreement.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Absolutely.
Finally.
Yeah.
It's taken all week.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And now you're agreeing with us.
That makes a ton of sense. You guys are right on here. Because the evidence is right in front of you.
As long as you're finally seeing
I appreciate
things
you
straight.
coming around, Vic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Matt, you're right.
Absolutely. The Avs finally lost another game in regulation. What do we do with our hands? I don't know. We'll discuss it next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Follow along on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started now at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. It's a Bud Light Football Friday here. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. If you've been out for a little while or don't know, Brett is taking some time as the Kane family settles in with baby number 2. By the way, have we heard an update from the underground? How are things going?
Pretty good from what I understand. I was on the text thread last night. I mean, look, Lions put up 44 last night. Not a whole lot of hand-wringing against the Dallas Cowboys from the Kane family. Brett, mostly it's me talking to Brett's dad and his brother, okay?
That's just...
And Kane
that is so Moser. That's so Moser, man. Just engaging in a family group chat and not even invited to that group chat.
Yeah, I was. Well, here's the thing. I had to text them about something. This is a long time ago. It was golf or something like that. I forget what it was. And then that ended up becoming the football text thread. And I don't know why, but I'm still on it. So I get the usual rundown of stuff, the angst and anger, and Amon-Ra St. Brown is back, and, all this kind of thing. So I don't know how it happened, but Brett's been he's typically pretty quiet on that thread, and he's even more quiet now. But I'm assuming everything's great because he tells me it's great.
You did bring up the 44-30 win for the Lions last night, and in the process, they essentially knocked out the Cowboys. A couple of turnovers for Dallas, especially coming right out of halftime. Dak throws that pick and sets Detroit up with great field position there inside the red zone, more or less. So I guess Detroit stays alive for another week in the race for the NFC wild card, and Dallas, too bad, Cowboy fan. I don't feel bad for them. I really don't.
Big deal. I mean, listen, the Dallas Cowboys have zero effect on my life whatsoever. In fact, I'm trying to think what has less effect on my life than the Dallas Cowboys. And, I mean, there's probably a lot of things that are equally non-effective, but I couldn't care less if they lose every game. It doesn't bother me at all.
I got a question for you, Vic. Do you know what a turd burger is?
That is what we saw out of the Avalanche last night, according to John Michael Lyles?
Yeah, it was. Here's what JML had to say.
Listen, Avs didn't have it. It started with an absolute turd burger from the situation room on the first goal. Should have been goalie interference.
Moj, that goalie interference call that was not called last night probably should have been called twice, for that matter, on the Islanders' first goal, as for the first time in 27, or for the second time, I should say, in 27 games, the Avs lose again in regulation. So basically, season's over, huh, Moj?
Yeah, they might as well just pack it up, call it a day. Everything's done. Yeah, it was bound to happen. I mean, this league is too good. Teams are too desperate. I'm going to give Patrick Waugh's team credit. I thought that the Islanders yesterday played a really good hockey game, and they got a little bit fortunate. The second goal, though, by the way, Anders Lee, their captain, what an absolute rocket top shelf corner. I mean, what a beautiful shot. Mackenzie Blackwood would like one back, the one that crossed him up and went off him and then down between his pads and in. Those are goals that he hasn't allowed at all this year, and neither has Scott Wedgwood. That one of the things that the Avs have been so good at with their goaltending, zero bad goals. I mean, there's stuff that the only stuff going in is stuff that should go in because somebody made a great play and not because you let it in. They turned the puck over. They weren't hard enough in front of their net at all. I mean, too many kicks at the can, I think, at times for the Islanders. The Avs allowed 42 shots on goal. They hadn't done that since 2024, more than 40 shots on goal. So it was just very atypical in terms of a Colorado Avalanche game.
I tell you what, though, when they cut it to 4-2 and they were buzzing late in the second, that power play goal they gave up, man, that just broke their backs. Because I honestly believe if they go to intermission at 4-2, I think the Avs find a way to come back and win that game, or tie at least.
Agreed, Beck. I would even go far as to say if they made it 4-3 somehow, the Avs are going to win that game, period. End of story. But Barzal dances in. It's Makar in the box, too, which is a little bit crazy, right? It's Makar in the box, but it's the right call. The Avs should have been shorthanded. and Barzell comes in. He dances into the slot and then backhands it. And Matt, he got a lot of that backhand.
He did, didn't he?
I mean, it was a beautiful, absolutely gorgeous goal. So, look, I'm not too broken up about it. It happens. But Johnny, when he called it a turd burger in the postgame, after the first period, he actually said, well, the situation room all the way down their leg.
I heard that one, yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, John. Somebody's going to get a phone call today from somebody, and I don't know who's going to what.
Why? That's not a bad word.
Hell, I don't think
we're on. By the way, we're on cable. Let's ease up on that. Big deal.
It's not about that. I think it's about calling out the situation room when they're just trying to do their job.
Oh, I see.
This was Jared Bednar last night on the no goalie interference on the Islanders' first goal.
Hey, listen, I think goalie interference is a joke. If it's not goalie interference, I don't know what is. You can't just shove the goalie's pads out of the way and then create a loose puck. I'm getting them all wrong when I'm looking at the challenges around the league. So, I'm kind of having my mind. I'm not going to challenge unless it's obvious. But to me, it was obvious.
Mose, that's just about as critical as Bedsy's ever going to get, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. I wish we could, Matt. I wish you were here after the disallowed Landeskog's first disallowed goal. That was in Utah earlier in the season. He was on the next day, and Vic, you tell me, has Jared Bednar ever been more funny than he was describing Val Nichushkin scaring Dylan Gunther into putting the puck back into his own zone? He was remarkably open about his disdain for that call. It was great, man. But Jared doesn't get too high and Jared doesn't get too low, man. He's incredibly even keel. Players that.
He wasn't even keel after the game. He got into it about that goalie interference. That was great.
No doubt about it. But I was talking about the Landeskog disallowed goal in Utah when he came on the next day. He was great. Matt, he was awesome. So he very rarely does that, but he makes his point known. And here's the thing, too. They'll have a discussion with the league. Okay, can we go through this so I can understand the rule better? And then he'll tell you, you know what they said to me is not satisfactory. I don't agree. He'll lay it out there. I just don't agree with what their ruling is and what their explanation is.
By the way, Bedsy wasn't alone last night. I don't know if you saw, I'm sure you did, Moj, but John Cooper, head coach of the Tampa Bay Lightning, also let the situation room and officiating have it in his post-game presser last night. The Lightning lost in overtime to the Penguins. So your two longest tenured head coaches in the league on the same night ripping your officiating, probably not the best look for the league, no?
Well, yeah, and you know what? Here's what you don't want to do. You don't want to get into blasting officiating all the time. And you know what? The Avs don't do that. I mean, Jared Bednar does not do that. And you don't want to show up officials a lot, right? You don't want to they're human beings. You don't want to get on their bad side. And by the way, the officiating overall is really damn good. And it's a hard game to officiate. It really is. That's why when Coach Bednar or even John Cooper, when they really disagree with something, it carries more weight, more impact. Because if they don't know the rule and they're head coaches in this league, how are the fans supposed to know the rule?
Right.
Period.
Right. The Avs have only tallied 3 power play goals on the road this year in 27 games. Hard to believe. They're normally so dominant at 5-on-5, at least this season, Moj, that if they can ever figure out how to get rolling, which they will, I think we're all confident that at some point that tide will turn. Buddy, I mean, good luck.
Yeah, they had a total of 3 power play opportunities. They had the one that was 30 seconds, and that they didn't even have the puck the entire time. The Islanders just played keep away. That was after, a 4-on-4 situation. And then they had the one regular power play they didn't score on, and then they had the 6-on-4 late. And I thought, oh my God, if you can get a power play goal with 3.5 to go,
they had a couple looks too.
They had make it a really one-goal game. You're going to have the Islanders panicking, and they just couldn't get it, man. Couldn't get it. That power play has got to be better, Matt. Vic, I don't care what it takes. 8% on the road ain't going to cut it anywhere, no how.
Hey, Moshe, do you think it means more to Patty Waugh to beat the Avs?
I think that, well, Patrick's a passionate guy. It's been so long, Vic. I mean, it's been a decade since he was the coach here, which is crazy to think about. I don't think so. I think he just wants wins. I mean, that Metro is a big mess. It's just, ain't nobody really that good. Ain't nobody really that awful. It's just kind of everybody stacked in the middle, and they're all just, it's like 8 dudes trying to get through a revolving door at one time. It's not easy.
Let's transition and switch gears here a little bit because there was some big news coming out of Boulder yesterday as it appears that Coach Prime has zeroed in on Pat Shurmur's successor. So everybody knows we'll probably never hear an official announcement that Pat Shurmur...
Why is that? Again, Matt, you have to educate me on this. This is a state-run school with state funds spent to pay for these coaches and their salaries. How can they keep this under the table?
Because somebody would have to make them bring it above the table, and nobody has yet. That's pretty much where we're at. And
How are you allowed to not disclose what you're doing with public funds?
Well, I think I don't think they're not disclosing it. They're just not disclosing it. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a little bit of a gray area. And either way, Pat Shurmur's contract was up this year anyway, so I don't think they're going to come out and say that. I'll say this, Deion Sanders is incredibly hypersensitive to protecting guys that he's hired and given an opportunity to. For whatever reason, he had every opportunity this year to throw somebody under the bus. And I think at times he's pointed the finger, and certainly down the stretch of the season, he mentioned we and his coaching staff made some mistakes, assuredly, and also, for the most part, took complete and total responsibility for what has happened down there. But at the same time, that's just how they operate. And Vic, to your point, if you're winning, people don't really care. But when you start to lose, people are curious to know what you're going to do to fix it, because it was just a couple of years ago when you sat in front of that team meeting and said, you better hop in that portal or make some plans because my Louie's coming with me. And after a 3-9 season, it's kind of hard to stand behind those words. So there do need to be some major changes. And apparently they made one yesterday, as it has been reported that Colorado will be bringing over Sacramento State's head coach from the previous year, a gentleman by the name of Brennan Marion, to run the go-go offense in Boulder with Julian Lewis. Guys, before we break it down, this is Brennan Marion talking about that go-go offense that he created. It's his design.
So when I first got into high school coaching, I went to a school called Harker Academy, where it was just super wealthy, well-off kids that didn't have much football background. And that's when I started trying things and getting curious, just got immersed in trying to figure out, how do I create an offense where even if you don't have the best players, you still have a chance to win games. I was led to the option, right? Because the option, you can have undersized linemen, you don't have to block certain people, you can leave people free, the quarterback can get you out of a bad play. One day I just had an aha moment of, okay, I can marry all these offenses together. I took over 2 high schools where one was 0-10 and the other one was 1-9. Like, now we're like the top offense in the state of Pennsylvania. We're top offense in the state of California, and we're running like something unique, different.
It's a shame that this move happened the timing it did, because he announced it the day after signing day. So the kids that he brought into his recruiting class at Sacramento State kind of got left in the lurch. That was a little goofy. I mean, it's not necessarily just an isolated situation. I just do feel for those kids that signed up to play for him, and then the next day he literally takes another job.
I watched some of his offense because I wanted to know what this go-go offense, go-go gadget arms, was all about. And it's a bunch of, first of all, it's confusing because they'll line up 2 running backs on the same side of the quarterback right next to each other.
Right.
And then they'll do this option. It's almost like a triple option. How would you describe it, Matt? This offense is so different. It's Air Force meets flex bone meets spread. It's a little bit of everything. It's not something I've ever seen before.
I would describe it as more of what they should have done this year with Caden Salter. It is a lot of unbalanced formations. It's a lot of misdirection. It's kind of like playing 3-card monte, where you're really making those linebackers read where the ball is at all times, and then hopefully you're out the back door and you're breaking off an explosive.
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. When you're running an offense like that, though, I will warn you, you better be disciplined.
Yep.
Because with those kind of offenses, you can have a lot of mistakes. You can have a lot of false starts. You're going to have a lot of illegal formations. You better be disciplined, because Air Force runs an offense that is Man, those guys, they work on it every day, and they've done it since they were freshmen, right? That is going to require some serious focus and practice to run that kind of offense.
Marion recently finished his first season, like I said, last year at Sacramento State. They went 7-5, and the reason that it sounds like he's off to the next spot is because Sacramento State was attempting to make a bid to buy their way into the WAC-12, and it sounds like that might not happen. So now Marion kind of leaves them, and they did have the number one FCS class in the country recruiting-wise, 77th overall. So we'll see if they bring anybody with them.
Matt, you don't know this about me. That's my alma mater. Do you know
That's
that?
his school, Matt.
Oh, really? I didn't know
he's
that.
Sac State guy, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
I know you didn't, which is why I've just been sitting over here in the weeds being pissed off. All right, because listen, Sac State.
Oh yeah, because you were so loyal to the Sac State football program this year. Name one Sac State football player. One. Yeah, here he goes to the computer. Here he goes. Your mom.
I'm not on anything. No, well, everything we had good at Sac State goes away.
You couldn't name a single player.
Well, their quarterback, what was his name? With the Williams kid was.
That's what he's asking
good.
you.
Yeah, the Williams kid was pretty good. We don't deserve anything good at Sac State. So if you want to talk about Marion, coming here, then that's all well and good. It's fine.
So what money? That's interesting to me. So he leaves the head coaching job at Sac State to become the OC at Colorado. How much money do you think he makes?
Well, I don't know.
I was reading that to get out of his contract, Colorado probably has to pay 1.4 to Sac State. That's what I was reading. I think there's a clause where they've got to buy him out. So if that's the case, that's a pretty substantial commitment from Coach Prime and from Colorado to not only because that's just the buyout. Then you got to give him a contract.
From Coach Prime?
That's
what do you
I'm
mean?
saying.
Coach Prime's not paying for it.
No, but this is a situation where he's got to go to bat for a bigger assistant pool because I'll tell you this, Jim Mora came in and he's got a bigger assistant pool up at CSU than CU did.
It's always a problem at CU, right? It's been a problem historically being able to pay the assistants a going rate that other schools pay their assistants, which is why I go back to why is this all hush-hush?
It's the way they do business. There's no better explanation that I could give you. And I don't think that there's technically a rule that says you have to announce it. It's more like, hey, you don't have my phone number, but sure, call me and we can talk about it and I'll let you know who we have. Oh, you can't get a hold of me? Damn, I can't tell you who we have. That's how I would describe it. That's how I would describe it. Anyway, we'll get back into that a little bit later. Yeah,
I'll just say this last thing. The offense that he brings, should they run it the way he's run it at UNLV and so on at Sac State, if they do bring that offense, it's going to be unique.
Very much so.
It's going to be something that other teams in the Big 12 have not defended. So we'll see if they can run it and run it effectively, then it can work.
I love the idea because I've said all along, I almost miss option football at the college level. There's nothing, and this is not option football, but it's something different than what we see. When you're watching a college game, guys, tell me, in high school too, everything looks the same. Every offense looks the same. Everything is spread. Everything is shotgun. Everything's with the quarterback and a running back standing next to him. I value something different. Let's go.
It's going to be a lot of that stuff still. I mean, I wouldn't write that off completely. However, the creativity is important and the ability to scheme and create game plans. That's one area that Pat Shurmur was really bad at. And the other part was layering the offense. Having one thing look one way and then presenting that same look later in the game but running a different wrinkle off of it. They couldn't evolve. They couldn't stack game plans. They couldn't stack plays. It was incredibly unimaginative, as all Broncos fans knew that it would be. And Pat Shurmur's time in Colorado, I imagine that's going to be the last football coaching job that he ever gets in the state, at least safely.
Matt in Dayton on the text line says, did Vic really just call it the flex bone? I think it's called the wishbone. No, back in the day, when CU ran in the 80s and 90s, they ran the flex. It was called many different things, not just wishbone, just so you know. Different names to it.
It is a Bud Light Football Friday. We'll get back to Brennan Marion when we have Q Myers of ESPN Radio, Raider Nation Radio, join us at the top of the hour. He knows Brennan Marion. He covered UNLV football, so looking forward to getting his takeaways. But on the other side, Vic has been harping on the Denver Nuggets all week long. Winners of 8 of their last 12, but none of those wins came at home. The head coach joined Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac yesterday and gave his thoughts on why the Nuggets have such a disparity, and we'll get to it next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here on a Friday. Moj is in the Big Apple. I was in the Little Big Apple last week. You're in the real Big Apple now, Moj.
Yeah, why do they name it in the middle of Kansas? Why do they name it Manhattan? Why would they do that? And by the way, I should say Manhattan. Vic, you lived here. How do you say it?
Say what? The New York City?
City? Is it Manhattan or is it Manhattan?
I mean, it depends on your accent. Manhattan.
New Yorkers say Manhattan, like it just MN, Manhattan.
Sure. And
right?
so I think you've got to say it in the tone of the natural dialect of the region. So I go with Manhattan.
Like when I'm touring around Villa San Michele in Italy, I go, hey, where is the beer? Hey, you gotta be one of them, right? When you're there.
Yeah, it's like when you're in Kentucky, you don't go up and ask directions to Louisville. Just kind of one of those things. Absolutely.
But do you, when you're in Kentucky, if you're in the South, and I've been in the South a lot, do you kind of say, hey, how you doing? Or,
I have a little bit of that.
I mean, that's a little much, and hey, how you doing? Over.
It is a little much, only if you
That's
take
a
it.
little much.
Only if you take it so far as to use the specific Southern twang and the dialect from that area, because there's many different Southern twangs.
Vic, when you came back from Austin, your stint.
Yeah, I said
what do you call it?
and all these weird things.
Would you call it a stint in Austin? What was it? A stint?
3 years. 3 years. It was,
okay.
It was wonderful. Good people down there.
Well, that's great. Good for you. Anyway, did you come back with a little twang?
Oh yeah, my brothers at the like every time I came back for a holiday, they'd be like, "What the hell? What did you just say?" Oh yeah. Who's this guy?
Yesterday on Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac, they had Nuggets head coach David Adelman on. And all week long, we've been talking about this bizarre home road disparity the Nuggets have going on. They've currently lost 4 in a row at home, but they've won a franchise record 8 in a row on the road. Very bizarre. When you win 8 out of your last 12 and none of those wins come at home, it's odd. And it's also puzzling the coach, as he told the boys in the afternoon yesterday.
Yeah, there's no excuses with it. It's almost like as a group, we talked about it, and we've tried to change the routines. We get home and play one game and leave again. And I just have to find a different rhythm for the guys. But it really has felt like when we go home, we're still on the road in a way. It's weird. It's just one of those schedules that I think it probably because of the Cup, and all the different things, they're trying to front load the schedule. And so they're kind of sending us out and sending us home and, back out again. So, yeah, I don't know. We've had such a comfortability on the road. We played so well and so efficiently on the road, and we go home and it feels like, I don't know, it's almost like we look more exhausted than the opponent. So when we get back, we'll try it again. We're giving up way too many points at home. It just feels like we have not played our way. And with that being said, we're still 15-6 in a really good, good spot in the West, but. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to have a bunch of excuses for it.
Right.
But it has felt weird with all these years we've done so well there. But to be 9-2 on the road is a great number. And so you got to win, whatever comes in front of you in the schedule, you just got to win those games.
Look, Vic, I think we all know that eventually they'll turn it around. But even the head coach is perplexed at the moment.
I would be more concerned, and I'm glad he said that, because they recognize it's a problem. They see it, and there's many reasons why it could be a problem. But I'd be more concerned if the Nuggets weren't so damn good on the road right now. I'm going to tell you, this Nuggets team right now is the best Nuggets road team ever. Think about that for a second. Ever. This has never happened before. A Nuggets team has never won 8 in a row on the road. A Nuggets team has never gotten off to this kind of start on the road. So when you're looking forward to the playoffs, and they're not going to get the top seed, that's going to go to OKC. And my mind always goes there. They're not afraid to play a road game, man. That used to be the exact opposite. It used to be, God, let's do whatever we can to get it home. I'm almost of the belief, screw that. Let's go on the road. They're better.
15-6 is an awesome record. I mean, it really is good in the NBA. And so maybe you're right, Vic, but I guess it's like, I think about it with the Avs. 19-2-6 is pretty damn good. But what if the power play just, was pretty good? I mean, but would they be unbeaten? Would they be? Where would they be? just think about it. 15-6 is good, but what if you didn't lose 4 in a row at home, giving up $130 plus every single damn time? Then where would you be? Can't we do both? Can't we do Suds bucket, man? Can't we do both? Can't they be awesome on the road and you don't give up $130 at home?
Here's what I want to see before I pass judgment on the home record, because this much is true. These home losses, if you really observe, they're occurring after you're coming off a road trip, a rodeo, one day. It could be a one day, and you're coming back home for one game. Then you're going back on the road. Then you're coming back home. I want to see a home stand. I want to see how they handle a home stand where they got 3 or 4 in a row, and I think that'll set it back to what it should be. I really believe that. He's right in that you're coming and going, and it doesn't feel like a home game.
After that win the other night in Indiana, the Nuggets return to action tonight in the ATL. And with that being said, it's time for the keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, Vic, Trae Young out tonight. He'll be reevaluated in a week with a sprained knee, so the Nuggets taking on the Hawks on the road without their leader.
Still a very good team, man. This is a good Atlanta team. Watch out. 13-10 doesn't sound like they're that great, but Jalen Johnson, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. He's a game-time decision. He was sick earlier this week. So was Kristaps Porzingis. I expect them both to be available to play tonight. This will be a tough game. This isn't Indiana from the other night. All right? The Pacers suck. This is a tough team, and it's going to be a tough game. And if the Nuggets want to win this game, here's my key tonight. Execute in the clutch. This season, the one area deficiency for the Nuggets, their clutch basketball has not been so clutch. It's going to be close in the fourth quarter. May the best team execute, and usually the Nuggets are that team. We'll see if they can be it tonight.
You talked about Jalen Johnson. 23 points per game, 10 rebounds per game, and a little more than 7 assists per game, shooting over 50% from the field. He's had an incredibly impressive year.
He really has. Vic, he was, wasn't he in the 20s? He's a first-round pick, but wasn't he in the 20s someplace? I love to go back and see these guys. You know, he was picked here, and then all of a sudden, man, he's a 23, 10, and 9 guy. I mean, you're like, what the hell are we talking about?
They're happening more and more. Hey, wasn't Joker in the 40s? I mean, yeah, it happens all the time now in the NBA.
I mean, that's a
you
different
smart
story.
ass. I mean, absolute smart ass. Jalen Johnson.
Tell him.
I mean, seriously, Jalen Johnson was the 20th pick in the first round of the 2021 draft. So Nuggets and Hawks tonight. Tune in tonight, starting at 5 p.m. for the pregame show powered by Ramos Law as the Nuggets continue their East Coast road trip in Atlanta. Keys to the game are powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. We'll get back to previewing Broncos Raiders this Sunday behind enemy lines. We're going to go to Q Myers of ESPN and Raider Nation Radio out there in Vegas. Next, it's a Bud Light Football Friday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. You are locked into Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. On the Ramos Law Hotline, joining us now, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. It's my good buddy, Q Myers, ESPN Radio's Game Night every weekday night, and Raider Nation Radio, the host of Unnecessary Roughness. Good morning, Q. Welcome to the show.
Hey, man, thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it. It's a role reversal. You're always on with me. Now I'm on with you. I like it.
I like it too, man. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday before the final Broncos-Raiders matchup of this year. And number one, Q, I think we need to start with the guy who's the Raiders' best player, Max Crosby, who's just an absolute menace and makes life miserable for opposing quarterbacks. Sounds like he's a little dinged up right now with a knee injury. Limited a little bit earlier in practice this week, and Adam Schefter reported yesterday he didn't participate at all in practice yesterday, Q.
Yeah, that caught me on my attention, man. It really did because, look, Max has been dealing with a knee injury basically all season long. When you play the way he does, you know you're going to be banged up, and it's week 14. So when he was limited on Wednesday, I was like, okay, no big deal. It's just that's kind of the norm. But then he didn't participate at all on Thursday. That really caught my attention. So now I'm really interested to see what's going to happen later on this afternoon when we get a chance to get to the facility. But, man, that's something. If you're a Raider fan and you want to see Max Crosby go up against Denver, and I know he does as well, and all of a sudden he doesn't participate on Thursday, that's really concerning. So, I mean, that's one of the best players that the Raiders have, the best player defensively, obviously, that they have, and they're going to need him out there. So that does not bode well for the Raiders, and obviously that's a feather in the cap for the Broncos if he can't go.
Q, with the Raiders being as bad as they are, obviously playoffs are out of the question, expectations and goals change. But this is tailor-made for a team that's struggling. You're taking on a division rival that's hot. This is a game that, I mean, isn't the message in their locker room, let's ruin things, let's spoil things for the Broncos? They got to be loving this.
Oh, I mean, there's no doubt about it, right? They've got to find something to play for. Pete Carroll's always going to get them, fired up to go out there and play. They haven't obviously executed the way that they want to, but the one thing I can tell you guys is that he hasn't lost the locker room, so they haven't quit on him, right? They're still out there competing. I mean, you saw the last time the Raiders took on the Broncos there in Denver. It was a close game. It was really a rock fight, but it was a close game, and they're going to go out there and give everything that they have. And there's nothing more than they'd love to do than to ruin the Broncos, ruin the Chiefs season, ruin AFC West division seasons, not necessarily because you're going to keep them out of the playoffs, but change their seeding a little bit. So if they can find any motivation to go out there and win this game on Sunday and any reason to go win this game, not to mention everyone's under the microscope, including Pete Carroll, right? I mean, he's got to prove that he should be the guy in 2026. So there's a lot of reasons for these guys to go out there and compete, and you just add the mix that it's an AFC West division opponent like the Broncos, who at one point the Raiders were dominating, and, well, not so much anymore. They'd like to get back to winning ways.
Yeah, man. Q, this is Moj. Talk me through this, man, because Pete Carroll has not forgotten how to coach football, okay? I mean, I think he's a brilliant football coach. Why do they stink so bad, though? Is it complete lack of talent? What's the story? Because that offense is bad, and it blows me away because Geno can still play. I know that Genti can run the football. What is going wrong?
It really was everything went wrong, and it's so funny, and it seems like it's just such an easy fix for me to say it like that, but it was broken from the beginning, and I didn't know it. That's the problem. I didn't realize it. I thought this Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly pairing was going to make a lot of sense. Like, hey man, Pete Carroll's opening things up. He's changing kind of his identity and really trying to get innovative with this offense. Well, then we later find out that it was more of an arranged marriage, and I don't think that anyone believes arranged marriages really work. And so it was like Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll. They weren't on the same page with each other. There was rumors and reports that, they didn't even speak to each other in the facility. So that's not going to work. And, what really caught my attention, guys, was probably around week 3 or 4. Geno had thrown a bunch of interceptions. And I asked Pete Carroll, I said, hey, what do you have to do to get Geno comfortable in this offense? And he turned and looked and kind of gave me a side eye. He said, well, he ain't calling the plays now. And when he said that, I was like, whoa, hold on now. That sounds like my granddaddy. My granddaddy. Now, hold up now, son. Now, hold on now, boy. Like, you're getting a little too far ahead of yourself. And I was like, okay, let me take a couple steps back. That was my first tip that, okay, things aren't eye to eye here. And then later on, we find out what was going on. So it just was it was clunky from the beginning, and we just didn't know it. It looked one way from a distance. It looked one way from the outside. But in the inside, it was completely different.
Q Myers, ESPN Radio's Game Night host and Raider Nation Radio's Unnecessary Roughness host every weekday, is our guest. Q, It's been, 5 years now since the Raiders are in Vegas? Buddy, I was out there a couple of weeks ago for Browns and Raiders.
Yeah.
There is no home crowd. What's going on, and how far along in the process are they with that? And has that been a failure so far?
It's been a struggle. I'll put it like this. There's games here and there. The Chargers consistently, the Raider fans show up and show out for that one. Games, against teams like the Panthers and, other teams like that, they're always going to have more Raider fans there. But the reality is that, guys, if you don't win, why are Raider fans going to spend all their money to go to the games? I mean, you saw it. I mean, we were blessed. We're in the press box. We have a credential. We're not having to pay to get in. These guys are paying top dollar for tickets. They're flying in. They're driving in. They're spending money on hotels. This is a destination place. So, one, visiting fans want to come. Two, if you're going to invest all that money, don't you want to see a winning product? And you saw it. The Raiders' product has not been good, and so it's a combination of everything. It is Vegas, so there's always going to be, fans from the other fan base that want to, show up and have a good time, 3-day weekend in Vegas, and why not close out your weekend with a fun football game in a beautiful stadium? And it is. So, one, the Raiders have to win. Two, the prices are so expensive, and of course, it's a destination location. So that home field advantage that they once had in Oakland is not what it is in Vegas. But then again, Vegas is not Oakland.
God, you're so right about that. The more you think about it, having a professional franchise in Vegas just opens up the opportunity to lose your home field advantage, home court, everything, because you're going to get people that just want to be there for the event because that's why they go to Vegas in the first place. And the other thing, Q, is this. I remember going to the old Coliseum, going to Oakland itself. Raider fans would come far and wide because it was affordable. You take the price of a weekend in Vegas versus Oakland, I think the price is far different. A lot of these long-time loyal Raider fans, they've been priced out, I think.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I said the joke the other day on the air that I used to, get off the BART train in Oakland and didn't even have a ticket. And by the time I crossed the bridge and got to the Coliseum, not only did I have a pair of tickets, I only spent about $100. I had a bootleg T-shirt and a hot dog. You know what I mean? And those were the good old days, right?
Q, I spent a lot of time in that damn stadium watching baseball and football, and it was. The Coliseum was such a dump. But you're so right, man. It had to be inexpensive because nobody would want to go to that dump.
But it was our dump, though. It was our dump.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
It's like calling our baby ugly, right? You can't call my baby ugly, but I can.
No doubt.
Hey, Q, question for you. This is the first year that Tom Brady is in the fold in the ownership group, really. I know they were getting accustomed to it last year, but now he's hit the ground running. What are the vibes there from everybody around the team and the fan base about his impact on that franchise?
Well, that's the thing. It's so much curiosity, right? How much is he really involved? He's a minority owner. What we're hearing, and we don't hear from him. I actually ran across him in the elevator one day, and it was so funny. I was talking to the elevator attendant, and we were having a good conversation. Then all of a sudden I look up, and I was like, oh, hey, by the way, that's Tom Brady standing right in front of me. So, I talked to him for a quick second, but it's like we never hear from him, right? And then he's doing his broadcasting with Fox, and so how much can you really be involved? Everyone says that Chip Kelly was Tom Brady's hire and Pete Carroll was Mark Davis's hire. And it's like, well, how are you in position to even make these calls when you're not even really around the team very often? And so that's my big curiosity is how much of, this team and the way that it was built even this year has his thumbprint on it, right? Apparently, a lot of people say that Geno Smith was actually Tom Brady's guy and that he decided to pass on Shador and he wanted Cam Miller later in the rounds. And it's really a weird dynamic because we don't know. And I think if you're really going to be trying to build this team and kind of be very involved like they're saying Tom Brady is, he's not going to be able to be a broadcaster and be able to be a part owner. It's not going to work. You can't build a team and be a part-time builder. You just can't do it.
Q Myers, ESPN Radio, Raider Nation Radio is our guest. Q, you are out in Vegas. You cover UNLV football, and yesterday it was reported that Deion Sanders has moved on really from Pat Shurmur and now bringing over former UNLV offensive coordinator and former Sacramento State head coach Brennan Marion to run his offense and run his stuff. You know Marion better than we do, Q. Give us the skinny.
I'll tell you what, man, I got excited when I saw that hire. I was excited for Coach Prime. I was excited for Colorado. And the only thing I wish is that Shador and Travis Hunter were still there and some of those dynamic players that have moved on. Look, Brendan Marion's offense is going to be fun. I mean, that's something that you're going to really see as long as he's got the right players in place. Multiple backs. They're going to try to run up tempo. They're going to try to get 80, 85 plays in a game. I mean, it's boom, boom, boom. They're going to run the rock. They're going to be very aggressive down the field. That go-go offense is fun, and he's been at a lot of different stops. Right? He's at UT. He's been at UNLV. Obviously, the head coach there at SAC. I mean, he's a guy that's a sharp offensive mind. He's a little edgy too. Let me tell you, man, he's a little edgy. So, he's very confident about himself. So you'll learn that pretty quick. But, man, the dude could coach some offense. Right? He really can. And you started to really see that at UNLV under Barry Odom and Brendan Marion as the offensive coordinator. So that they could strike and score at any time. I really started to think about it when I was back in Central Texas and when Baylor was playing at such a high level and they were under Art Briles and they had his offense going. It's similar to that, but not the same. So it's one of those you could picture, the different up-tempo offenses, spread them out, get that downhill running attack. They've got to have a rushing attack. They have to have a rushing attack to make this thing go. But I got excited for Colorado because obviously this season was terrible. I root for Coach Prime. I wanted to succeed. I think if with that offensive coordinator, as long as he gets the right pieces around him, they'll definitely succeed.
Hey, man, before we go, real quick, I've listened to you for a long time. I didn't realize you were friends with this knucklehead. So it's great to have you on the program. If there's one thing that Matt Smith has done filling in for Brett, it's he brought Q Myers to the program. So I'm grateful for that. It's great insight, man, and we'll see. I mean, we'll see about this Raiders team. We want the rivalry to be good, obviously. We're Broncos people, but, they stink. And I just, when are they going to get good again? Who knows? But it's been great having you on, man.
Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate y'all. Anytime, man. I would love to join the show.
Appreciate you, Q.
Have a good one.
All right, that is Q Myers, ESPN Radio, Raider Nation Radio. Look, I mean, he's pretty realistic, guys, about what they've got going on out there. And there's not a ton of answers right now because in year one, it's probably gone worse than year one of Russell Wilson has, other than you didn't commit to Geno that long term. You still paid him like a franchise quarterback.
Matt, you just got Mosered, by the way. One thing you'll learn when we have guests on the show, Moser always has to have the last word.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay. He was very kind and courteous.
That is untrue.
Very kind and courteous.
Well, you just chimed in there with a non-question statement.
But it was a compliment because he said
I wanted to tell him. Yeah, I wanted to tell him that I like him.
Everybody on Twitch knows.
Unlike me talking to you, I don't like you. I wanted to let him know that I was grateful that he came on because I have listened to him on ESPN for an awfully long time. Yeah,
he's really talented, no question about it. By the way, on the Shot Mazda text line, somebody says elevator attendant ? At all of these arenas, during all of these events, they stick some guy or some woman in the elevator who runs the elevator. So for the press,
up and down.
Yep. For the press who's coming up from the top down to the bottom of the arena, so people on the mezzanine or the concourse level aren't hitting the elevator and making those people wait. So you always have an elevator attendant. You always got to be nice.
At Mile High, they actually put a little miniature television monitor in there so they can watch the game in some of those Vaders. But at Ball Arena, there's no monitor. And you can't even watch the game.
At least pipe in the sound.
Yeah,
something
let's
like
go.
that. Yeah. I will tell you, though, those are the worst elevator rides ever because it takes forever and you're packed in there like a sardine can where your guys, whoever just ate the free media meal is literally breathing that right down your neck. It's disgusting. We're gross. We're a bunch of disgusting lowlifes in the media. That's all I can say. That's all I can say,
for
guys.
yourself, homie.
That's accurate.
Hey, whoa.
That's very accurate.
Hey, whoa.
Yeah.
Hey, where are you going to dinner tonight in the city there, bro?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm going to go get some street meat after the show here, and that's about it. I don't know what I'm doing.
Little bowl of matzo ball,
I'm going to get a nap.
Little deli?
Just get a nice slice of pie on the corner over there, and you're fine. Get a good New York pie.
Junior's
Actually,
isn't bad.
you know what? Ray's is right around the corner, and they've got this jalapeno pepperoni that sounds pretty damn good. I might be going there.
Moj, there's a restaurant called Lombardi's, appropriately, on Houston Street there. I think it's in the Village. Go check that out.
How much is the Uber over there? $200?
I don't know where he is.
Are you guys got to be right in Times Square?
We're in Midtown. We're in Midtown.
Okay.
Closer to Central Park than we ever have been.
By the way, Moj, I know you mentioned it yesterday, and I'm a lay-it-down virgin. So You want to help hold my hand and walk me
that
through?
With that goatee, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Even in the slightest.
Moj promises he's going to be gentle on the other side. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, so you've been dreaming of a mountain property, whether you want it as a rental, maybe a second home, maybe a dream home. You want to get to the mountains and embrace that lifestyle, but you don't know how to find that perfect place, right? Well, I've got the person for you, and her name is Anastasia Bell. Now, she's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates there in Breck. And she's an absolute expert in mountain properties of all kinds. So whether it's Summit County or really all over the Rockies, she is the one to go to. Expert concierge service. So let me give you her telephone number. You want to jot this down. You want to call her right now. She will answer. It's 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. She's been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver for quite some time, and she can help you too, whether it's buying or selling, whatever it is you want to do. Now's the perfect time, right? The snow is just starting to fly. The mountains are going to be wide open all year, and you need the best. You need somebody who knows it like no other. The inventory's there waiting for you to find your dream, whether it's that mountain getaway, ski in, ski out, whatever it may be. Give her a call. It's Anastasia Bell at 970-968-7646. Trust me, she's the best.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for rocking with us on Altitude 92.5. Guys, by the way, I meant to ask, I know you're big fans of Italy, and Moj, when you so graciously popped back into the Gallo interview the other day after leaving, which was
By the
great.
way, that was ridiculous, Moser. Please apologize for that.
I shall not.
What was the island? The name of the island?
Sardinia.
Sardinia. And Vic, you told Gallo that with all the money that he's made over his career, he could probably buy the island, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think $820 million gets it done?
Who's made that much?
No, you guys don't think $820 million's getting Sardinia?
There's a lot of money on that island, brother.
Well,
is that what I'm going to win coming up tomorrow night?
You could. The Powerball, the jackpot at $820 million.
Wow. Dude, you ought to see some of the rigs parked on the coast of Sardinia.
Oh, some of those.
Oh my
yachts.
Lord!
You could at least.
You know what I would do?
Oh my!
If I won that Colorado lottery, $820 million, I would buy an island, put a gym on that island, state of the art. I would build 3 or 4 huge basketball courts, and I would not allow pickleball to be played anywhere on the island. I would ban it.
Here's what I would do.
Yeah,
If I won, it was 2 weeks ago, I was shooting hoops in the morning, and I got kicked off the basketball court shooting hoops so they could come in and play pickleball inside.
And you just stood there and took it? You just allowed that?
So what I would do if I won the lottery, $820 million, I just have some bills in my pocket to grease.
Yeah.
To grease the people at the gym to not allow the pickleballers on. That's what I do too.
I dare you to kick me off the basketball court to play pickleball. I dare you. I will burn the court before I leave.
Drawings in the Powerball every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Thanks for the cough there. The jackpot keeps growing until somebody wins. Pick 6 numbers, $2 a ticket. Choose your lucky numbers or do a quick pick and have your numbers picked for you. Add on the double play feature for $1 to enter your ticket into the second drawing for a shot at $10 million. You could at least afford one of those rigs out there. Maybe not the whole island, but you get yourself a nice slip in the marina.
Yeah, it was a wonderful trip. When we were actually Capri, Michael Jordan's yacht was parked in the lot, if you will, out there in the in the bay or whatever you want to say. Man, you talk about totally bitching. That's rad, and that's my dream, Matt. If I win the lottery, I tell the boys all the time, I want a boat that has its own boat.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
A boat with a boat. I don't need the helicopter and all that crap, but I need the boat that has its own boat, and then I'm going to be in really good shape. But, hey, some final thoughts here, too, on this football game. We talked to Q. Things are obviously going bad in Los Angeles. Listen to me. Dadgummit, Vegas. I don't know, man. This is the kind of game, if you're a serious team with serious aspirations of winning, I don't care if your offense has been clunky. I don't care if it's a division rival and they want to upset you and all this kind of thing. You go in there like the team that you are and you punk those cats. You punk those fools. That's what I would do. That's what I would hope the Broncos would do.
I'm hoping for a statement win at some point. I know we've had this conversation. We don't need to get down the road with it anymore. But at some point before the playoffs, I'd like a statement win. I just would. I'd like a win where I could have a little bit of a rocking chair finish in the fourth quarter and not have to, pick my fingers while I'm waiting for the very last play of overtime that would have given the Commanders a win unless Nick Bonito knocked it down. Like, we don't need to be living that dangerously.
Yeah, I don't know that I need to have my questions answered and have my insecurities regarding the Broncos salved. But I'd like to feel a little bit better. Before we get to the postseason, I agree with you, Matt. I'd like to have a really good handle on where I think the Broncos are as a team. Because, Vic, you called them, what did you say? It was imposter syndrome? What'd you call it? Something like that?
Yes. I think there are a lot of Bronco fans who have that feeling right now, and it's fine. You'll be fine. There are a lot of non-fans who continue to call the Broncos imposters. That's fine. You can call them whatever you want. You know what I call them? First place in this division.
Right. I just don't want to go into the postseason with any kind of imposter syndrome. I want to know where they are, how I feel how they are, and have a pretty damn good idea before that first game.
And the only reason, guys, that I really mention it is, as Vic brought up earlier in the week, they got the Jags coming up. They got the Packers coming up. For all intents and purposes, those should be playoff atmosphere type games. Then you got the Chiefs on Christmas Day, and then the Chargers to end the year. If you're going to find a way to get this offensive rhythm built a little bit, get your ground game going a little bit, this is a great week to do it. And I'll tell you one other thing before we move along here. And Moj brought this up a little bit earlier about the Broncos defense. I'll tell you this, guys. I think I said it last week, but when I was out there for Browns and Raiders, Geno got sacked 10 times and got knocked down 14 other times. I was shocked he didn't end the game in the ICU, and I mean it.
Agreed.
Who's their backup quarterback?
Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. Oh, is it Kenny Pickett?
Yeah,
it's Pickett hands?
Yeah, it's Pickett hands. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So
like it's Pickett hands watch.
Benito.
The guy's a friggin' NFL quarterback, and you use that as a pejorative, man. That's just
it's Moser. You're right. Let me change. It's Moser hands. Moser hands.
I was gonna say, Moj, that sounds ridiculous. A little sensitive for me.
Moser has tiny hands.
I was gonna say, do me a favor, Moj. Drop that pen and spread out your hand right in front of the camera for me.
Look how tiny those digits are.
Oh my God! Wow, I'm surprised you could even hold that pen. To be honest with you, did things just fall out of your hands all the time?
Gentlemen, quiet, calm.
Fellas, I got another observation for this weekend. Fox is going to utilize a pair of Giants quarterback in their analyst roles. Not just one, but two. Listen to this. Fox and CBS. Fox is going to have Jameis Winston in studio. CBS is going to have Russell Wilson in studio.
I think I'll be watching Fox.
So I'm just curious. I wonder what you're going to get out of each of them. Jameis Winston, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear him speak as an analyst, a studio analyst, because I think he is perfect for that job when he's done with football. I'm very interested to see if Russell Wilson lets his hair down at all. Because if he doesn't, I mean, come on. Like, how real is he?
Speaking of letting our hair down, it's been a couple of weeks, but I'm ready to get back at it. Gentlemen, it's time to lay it down.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good. Let's get back to the old 5-1, shall we? By the way, Matt, do you have any goodness of the goods this week at all?
Well, so I was just going to ask, since I am a lay it down virgin, and somebody on the Shot Mazda text line says, I don't think Matt has laid anything down in his whole life. That's just not nice. I mean, I've set things out and packed for a trip on the bed before. So
it's also not wrong. Anyway,
so what are my? I do, but what are my parameters? Is it a single pick? Can I go parlay? How can I play this?
Just single pick. Okay. We'll make. I have 4, so we'll make it 5 total, and I'll get to you after. I got 2 college and I've got 2 pro. Okay. After my college, we'll get to your pick before I go to my pro.
You take your time. Lay this down on a Friday. Mark Moser.
Everybody is looking at all these big conference championship games. Well, the American Conference has its own championship game. The North Texas Mean Green versus the Tulane Green Wave. I mean, a lot of green going on here. But do you realize that both head coaches have already taken other jobs?
Yep, North Texas guy's going to Okie State. Where's the Tulane kid going?
Florida.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. But here's the story, man. North Texas is rolling. I mean, they are absolutely unbelievable. Their running back, Caleb Hawkins, has got 16 touchdowns in the last 4 games. He's going insane. Drew Macemaker's their quarterback. He's a redshirt freshman, and he's a stud. He's already thrown for 4,000 yards and 29 touches. Now, the only thing is this is going to be at Tulane, and it's going to be wet. They used to play in the Dome. They don't do that anymore. They got their own stadium. That makes me a little bit nervous. But I like the Mean Green minus 2.5 in the American Conference Championship. They're 11-1 this year. You take your bread from Ray's Pizza, your change, after getting a big old jalapeno pepperoni slice around the corner here in Manhattan. You come on back, you say, hey, Jimmy, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my change here. I'm going to take the 2.5. I'm going to give that away to Tulane. I'm going to take the North Texas Mean Green. I'm going to lay it down.
I like that. Moj. You're hot to start.
I had a little consultation with some powers that be. The Mountain West Conference Championship game is going to be a stomping. Earlier this year, Boise State laid waste to UNLV. I mean, laid waste to them. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. Am I dead or am I okay? Okay, thank you. It's -5.5. The Broncos have not had a great season, but they're an 8-4 football team. The UNLV defense is junk. They're ranked 118th in total defense in FBS. That ain't going to cut it. Boise State handles the football brilliantly. They're 8th in the country in possession time, way over half the game. Just give me the Broncos, give me all your bread, and just go to Vegas and say UNLV ain't going to cut it. I'm going to lay it down!
Did you just reference a stat saying 8th in the country in time of possession?
Yeah.
Whoa.
They hold on to the football, bro.
Somebody did his show prep today. Somebody did his work today.
All right.
They hold on to the football an awful lot. I like it. All right, what's the we got to find the Matt Smith with the goatee pick of the week. What do we call this?
I think the Lucky Louie pick of the week.
Okay, Lucky Louie. I like that.
Yeah, I figured you would. Well, to be honest with you, you're right. You're all over it, and we're in sync here, Moj, because I look at this game in Vegas as a chance to lay the Raiders down. This team is pathetic. I was there 2 weeks ago and watched them in person. They are just waiting for somebody to come steamroll them and put their sights on Cancun. We don't know if Max Crosby's going to play. The Broncos know they flirted with fire last weekend and got away with one. Sean knows they got to get this running game going more. I like it all. All the points. They're a 7.5-point favorite on the road. I think they clear this game by 10. I understand. I think this is the week they make the statement for the playoffs. Give me the Broncos, lay it down, and lay the points, Moj. I'm with you, buddy.
I dig that.
Dear baby Jesus, when will they learn that the point spread doesn't matter in these games?
Okay. All right, Vic.
It's
If you don't
matter.
have something to contribute in a positive way,
Thank
then
you.
just sit there with your teeth in your mouth.
Yeah.
Matt, I like that. I think that's good. You got the Brett Coyne lock of the week going on for you. I like that. The Lucky Louie pick of the week.
Somebody said Matt's pick needs to be called the Matlock. I like Lucky Louie more than the Matlock.
I like Matlock.
Oh, Matlock. That's pretty good.
You guys are
okay,
fans
let's
of
do
the
this.
Matlock. Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's do this. Seattle. Because the Rams lost at Carolina, it opened up the NFC West. Now, I still think the Rams are the best team in football or one of the best teams in football. But, dude, do you guys really realize how good Seattle is?
I haven't decided
That's not
yet.
a rhetorical question. I'm asking you.
I haven't decided yet. I know that defense is good, but Sam Darnold, man, there's some games where he looks good and others where he looks like the old Sam
ball
Darnold.
away a lot.
Kirk Cousins, he can't – well, he did in that one game against the Rams. But here's the thing. Kirk Cousins, Penix is gone. Cousins is getting old. Seattle's -7 on the road at Atlanta this week. But all the Falcons can really do is run the ball with Bijan. That's all they really can do. But Seattle's defense, guys, they're killer. They're 6th in the league overall in terms of yards. But they're second against the rush. They really stopped the run very, very well. And Seattle's got a lot to play for. They're staring right at the damn Rams and saying, we can win this division. So here's the story. This year, the Seattle Seahawks are 9-3 against the spread. That's pretty good. Atlanta is below 500 against the spread. I know they're getting 7 at home, but they ain't going to get it. They ain't going to get it done. Seattle's going to go on the road to Hotlanta -7. So I'm going to take all of my bread, everything I got here, all the change I find on the street in New York City. I'm going to go to Rockefeller Plaza. I'm going to set up a little shack saying, hey, look, I'm going to busk. I'm going to play my guitar. I'm going to busk and get some money. I'm taking it all to the window. Seattle -7. I'm going to lay it down. And finally, another team that's got a boatload to play for, Tampa Bay. Had 3 straight losses. They finally got a win against the Cardinals last week. And Baker Mayfield, I loved what he said. We could have scored 50 if the quarterback wasn't so dumb. He knows that he needs to be better.
Tampa's
and
got a tough schedule, man.
Yeah, they've got Carolina hot on their heels. It's 7-5-1 ahead of 7-6. It's pretty crazy. But Bucky Irving is back running the football for Tampa. They went through a lot of injuries. Evans was out. Godwin was out. Evans is practicing. Godwin's back in for a couple of weeks. But I like this. I like Todd Bowles' defense ability to make it rough on Tyler Shuck. Rookie quarterback, Tyler Shuck. Tampa Bay. I feel good about this game. I mean, I really do. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I feel good. They're at home. You know, it's going to be beautiful in Tampa. I mean, they've got, all kinds of great weather there. I've got the Buccaneers at -7.5. I don't know what it is right now, but I got them at -7.5, so I take all that money. Everything left over that I've been able to scrap together from my road trip here before I even get to Philly. And I go to the window to Doris, and I say, hey, Doris, them Buccaneers, I really, really like a -7.5 against the dog butt New Orleans Saints. So take all that leftover cash. Talk to Doris, sweet talk her in your New York accent, and say, Doris, hey, baby, I'm going to lay it down.
Lay that down.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Doris. Easy,
That's
Doris.
my wife. That was
Doris?
my wife. That's my wife.
Doris, coming in with the heat on a Friday. Jeez.
Hey, Producer Chris, are we done with Lay It Down?
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I think
Mitchell.
so.
Yeah, we're done. Yeah, we're done, buddy.
Producer Chris, this is, I didn't see it outright until one of our texters made notice. What's that hat you're wearing?
This is a Kansas City Kings hat.
Oh, so it's not a Sacramento Kings hat.
Well,
Not a
it
Sacramento
could
Kings
be.
hat.
It could have been
When
knowing
the
him.
Kings, when the Kings moved from Kansas City to Sacramento, they kept those same red, white, and blue colors before they went to the the purple and silver and black and all that crap. But originally, for a long time in Sacramento, they kept the same colors.
What was it like without color TV, Moj?
It was weird. It's
Was
much
it?
like Vic lives his life every single day as a colorblind person. All he does is look at things in black and white like a timber wolf.
Hey,
Making fun of my disability, but the Kansas City Kings, they were known for having those jerseys where the names were under the numbers.
Vic, when you play games like during the holidays with the family, is it tough?
What do you mean games?
Like
We're not a
Uno
game-playing family.
Oh,
We
okay,
don't do
well,
games.
excuse me. I didn't realize they didn't have fun at the Lombardi household. There's so much food on the table, you couldn't possibly fit the Monopoly board. I was asking, do you play Uno and have trouble reading seeing the colors?
I've never played Uno in my life. I've never once played Monopoly in my life.
What a jerk!
I mean,
Why?
what a
being honest
royal
with
ass.
You're a jerk.
We're playing.
My
Duncan,
wife and I
Steve.
the other night. My wife and I the other night played Scrabble. We like to bring out
Now-
the Scrabble board from time to time.
We're lifting weights and playing dunk ball.
That's why your vocabulary is so good, Moj. I see it now. I understand.
Exactly.
It's all that Scrabble.
Hey, Vic, and Mitchell, in honor of you and
Foosball, too.
the newly erected statue of Chris Mitchell just sitting back there, how about some of these names on that old first Sacramento Kings team? You ready for this? Of course, Reggie Theus, we know that.
Lord.
Watch this. How about Mark Olberding?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he knows who that is.
Of course
All
I
he
do.
does, Joe Klein,
Yeah. That's just Scott Hastings' good friend, Joe Klein.
Otis Thorpe,
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of
LaSalle Thompson, and
Oh,
Larry
my God.
Drew.
Did you just go LaSalle Thompson on me?
Yeah, I did. I LaSalle'd you, buddy.
All right. Well, on the other side, we'll get to Drunk Takes. It is a fan favorite. And it is a Bud Light Football Friday, and we are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. On the other side, our Broncos, Raiders predictions, and also the Rockies sat down for an interview? ? We'll share a little bit of that next. It is the freaking weekend, y'all. Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on a Bud Light Football Friday. By the way, Nate and Andy are live from the Old Man Bar in Broomfield today, and they're giving away Bud Light VIP tailgate passes and a pair of tickets to Broncos and Jags coming up here in a couple of weeks.
Wait. What's it called?
I'm trying to do a read. They've got great specials on Bud Light starting at 3, and make sure to enter for those Broncos tickets. See you a little bit later this afternoon at the Old Man Bar in Broomfield, Moj. The Old Man Bar.
That sounds like a place that I'd like to hang. Even though I don't consider myself an old man, I know that Vic probably would. But that sounds to me like a pretty good place to have a burger, some wings, a coldie, and hang and watch some football and hang out, man.
So let me ask you, at the Old Man Bar, instead of actual tables, are they just lazy boys? And are the volume of every television like up to 100? Is that what you get at the Old Man Bar?
See here,
yeah,
okay.
There's no
listen
smart
here.
TVs with streams and all that.
Right.
It's just the old basic. Bang, next channel.
They
bang.
don't take credit cards, only cash.
Listen up, Dork Rod. You sound like that's a bad thing. Everything you just said to me sounds pretty damn good.
Doesn't it?
Wait, I'm sitting in a Barca lounger with a little tray. I'm eating food, drinking beer, watching football loud. Oh, what a crime. Yeah. What a pain in the ass. Sounds awesome. In fact, you know what? I'll tell you what. I'm quitting this show. I'm opening my own place, Old Moshe's, and it's going to be nothing but Barca loungers, TV trays, beer, and wings.
The problem,
does that sound good to you?
The problem is
and you're not invited.
It's really hard to actually see the games because the closed captioning text has been enlarged so big that you just have half the screen cut off. That's the problem. By the way, I teased into the break, and Vic wanted to bring this up and discuss it. Walker Montfort, son of Dick, or is he Charlie's son? He's Dick's son, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Just had to check there. He sat down with the boys across the street at DNVR to talk about the Rockies, which, as we know, they don't do that all that often, right? I mean, that's not something that they're accustomed to doing. Or
yeah, this is a good pull by Christian Size to get Walker on his show, on his podcast. And I think the first sign of improvement, the first sign of fixing things, is admitting that you weren't doing things properly or admitting your faults, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's all sorts of different things that. Yeah, I mean, I think there's all sorts of different things that have contributed to our past few years, and most recently the very difficult year that we had last year. I think, one of those things, and I think a big part of it is that we stopped evolving our process. You can believe in your process enough and believe that how you're doing things is going to pan out because, the fact of the matter is, and, with our playoff teams in the late 20s, 17 and 18, we had our process. It panned out, right? We had these players that we developed, and they turned out to be extraordinary players, and we went to the playoffs a couple times, right? So you think it's going to continue to work the way that you've been doing it, and I think one thing that I would attribute to the past, half decade that we've been through, and a little bit more, is that we've probably lost sight of innovation and lost sight of just continuing to evolve our process, which as we've talked about, is our main focus as we move forward.
All right, that's good. That's all you need to know. I mean, again, if I'm a Rockies fan, I'm excited to hear that. They understand what their weaknesses were, and that is not when he says not advancing our process. What do you think he's talking about? To me, it sounds like they didn't dive into the analytics pool like most teams did.
Isn't that been a constant complaint from everybody around here that they haven't been doing that? And then they did hire a bunch of analytics guys, right? Like, or they're in the process of doing that.
That's exactly what they've done, and
they've got a new GM. I mean, they've done. They're definitely different.
I mean, they got a guy, DePodesta, who they made a movie about him in analytics. So that's what they're doing. I love hearing that because they're moving in the right direction. Now, you may not see results this season. Frankly, maybe next season. It's going to take a little while to get this train going. But I like the way it's going. I like that it's moving again.
2 years feels very optimistic to me. I think it might take a little bit longer than that, but we'll see. You never know. Baseball's just not really one of those, hit the transfer portal type of sports.
Pretty much, yeah. But look, the fact that they're willing to do things differently now, The fact that they're going to change things up. If it's not working, don't keep doing the same damn thing and get, stalled, which is essentially what it sounds like. He said they stalled in their development as an organization.
Guys, Broncos and Raiders this weekend. We got to get to drunk takes, but first I want to get your predictions for this weekend's game. We do need to check the injury report first, though, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. And yesterday, DNP's Nate Adkins, Zach Allen did not participate yesterday as well, which I guess is a bit of a concern. We'll stay tuned to see if he gets onto the practice field at all today. And then DJ Jones also out. We heard from Jeff Legwold a little earlier this week. They don't expect DJ to play in this game. Pat Bryant also listed questionable. Jonah Ellis was a full participant, and so was Reese Taylor. So there you go. Broncos and Raiders this weekend.
Broncos roll. They should roll. They should. I know Vic's going to say, well, anything can happen. I get that, and anything has happened. The Broncos, if they're to be taken seriously as a division winner and a number 1 seed, they should roll against one of the worst teams in the league. I don't care if it's a division rival or not.
I'll give you 2 predictions. Number 1, there will be moments in this game as a Broncos fan where you're going, what is this? What's going on? And at the end of the day, the Broncos are going to win, and you're going to be fine. How they win doesn't matter. They're going to win, and they're going to improve their win streak to, 10 and counting. But it's okay. It's not going to be as pretty as you all think. That's just what the Broncos are. Also, just to remind folks, we're going to be broadcasting the 3A, 4A, and 5A state championship games on Altitude Radio and Altitude Television. Just to give you a sense of Colorado football, because I got into an argument with somebody yesterday saying that Colorado high school football is not what it is. It's damn good football. I'll give you an example. Cherry Creek, who was in the 4A or 5A title game against Ralston Valley, they've beaten 2 teams this year. They beat a team from Florida that's in its Florida state title game. Is Florida pretty good at football, guys?
Oh, yeah.
They also beat a team from Nebraska, Millard South. Millard? Is that what their name is?
Why are you asking us?
Where's the Nebraska guy?
Yeah. I think that's Kane's old school, the Millard Mustangs.
Well, and they just won the Nebraska state title 49-0. So there are teams here in Denver, in the Colorado area, that have gone out of state and taken it to other teams. It's a good, I'm telling you, there's some great high school players in the state of Colorado.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
All right, fellas, let's start with something about your eyeballs, Vic.
You have to earn my eyeballs.
Yeah.
You have to earn these.
Of course.
I think that's
If you want them,
entirely
you have
fair.
to earn them. I'm not going to give them to you for free. You're whoring your eyeballs out there, DMac.
Good God Almighty!
It sounds like
was
Vic
that us? That was us talking about
man bar.
the Rockies. That's us talking about the Rockies
Speaking
and you know the watching every single pitch of every single inning of every single game.
That's what that
kind of
was.
crap.
Good,
Don't
good
whore your
memory.
eyeballs, man.
Good memory.
So what's next?
Moving on. Smoking the Raiders like a what?
And the Broncos are going to kill the Raiders.
Smoke them. They're gonna walk right in there.
They're going to walk in like Snoop Dogg on a spleef, and they're just going to absolutely smoke them. Well, I think is Snoop a joint guy or a Snoop like a bong guy?
No, he's a joint guy.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
Okay.
roll him up.
So him and Willie Nelson, right? They're the same guy.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know the intricacies of all that, but I would assume
It was your voice.
You seem to know pretty well.
Was he a bong guy? I don't know. What's next?
All right, what's next?
All right, how many birthdays do you get on average? Let's find out.
Coach, do you have two birthdays? Do you have a Canadian birthday and an American birthday? That'd be great.
David Araz. Yeah, that was Vic.
He didn't want to hear that, Vic.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm gonna go to McDonald's. I'm gonna go to McDonald's by the hotel tomorrow night. It's gonna be good. I'll bring you back a McChicken or something. How's that sound?
Now that's a real drunk conversation right there.
Yeah, we were interviewing the head coach of the Colorado Avalanche, and the poor guy's listening to those comments going, what the hell am I listening to here?
He doesn't want anything to do with Moshe's McDonald's. All right, next up.
Man, I don't even know what to say about this one, man. I'll just play it.
Well, if you're not gonna move to give me room to go get out, I'm gonna touch you. But you're small enough to Simone Biles. Yeah, but I'm gonna go out of my way to get up on you. Okay. If you're not going to move over and give me my space to get out, I'm gonna get in you. Okay.
That was in reference to at the
airplane,
right? If somebody
Yeah.
doesn't move over when you're trying to get into that seat, that
Yeah.
that window seat.
Yeah, or you sidling up to the wood tonight at the Old Man Bar. One of the two.
Whatever.
One of the two. All right, boys. Well, another week in the books. Nothing burnt down while Kane was gone, so I guess that's a job well done for all of us.
Great job, Matt. Great job, Chris.
Broncos and Raiders.
Recap a big win coming up on Monday.
Yeah, and how about a pair of wins for the Avs? They got a back-to-back. The Nuggets, 2 games, one tonight in Atlanta, and then one on Sunday as well in Charlotte. Action-packed weekend for Denver sports, and we'll talk to you Monday.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mountain West Championship. Coach is decked out in not his Denver Broncos gear, but his Boise State Broncos gear.
Lay it down!
I guess it can go both ways. Coming off of the first Avs regulation loss in 40 days. We'll get into that in just a couple of minutes from right now. But Thursday Night Football kicked off Week 14 in the NFL. The Lions improved to 8-5. Their playoff chances skyrocket. The Cowboys lose CeeDee Lamb halfway through that game. And if he misses next week, well, they're pretty much dead in the water right now. But if CeeDee Lamb ain't playing and George Pickens is getting lit up by Richard Sherman after the game, Cowboys might be dead. And you know what? I'm happy because the Cowboys did their job last week.
Yeah, it's all we needed from you. We just needed you to be a one-man wrecking crew for 1 week.
Thanks. Now get the hell out.
Yeah, you could take your fake plastic-faced ownership group and Jared Jones could say, another year without the postseason. Another year.
Get your damn act together.
No doubt about it right there. Just glory holes. That's all we're dealing with right now.
Smiles.
Did you see that little stat that popped up on the screen last night about Jahmyr Gibbs? He has the most touchdowns in NFL history before turning 24 years old.
He's really good. And what I will say about a Lions team that I had said had done such a poor job finding their offensive identity, the one thing they did an effective job of yesterday, and I would love for the Broncos to get to this point with R.J. Harvey as just a talent. Man, they find so many different ways to get Jahmyr Gibbs to the crib and to get him touches. They did a nice job last night, man. That was my favorite thing about the game last night, just from an offensive schematic standpoint.
Yeah, Lions looked a little bit fixed. They didn't have to do it through the air. Again, Cowboys at 6-6-1 are pretty much done, but luckily they did the job that you needed them to do last week, which was not kill the Chiefs, but certainly put a nail in the coffin.
The Cowboys' defense was back, though, last night. Oh, my gosh.
It sure was.
Did it not seem like any time the Cowboys and Dak, I almost feel bad for Dak. I know that sounds crazy.
Yeah, Dak looked fine.
Because he's been good the whole year, and it's any time he kind of gets something going, even last night, it's like 4 plays later, and the Lions are matching the score.
Dak has never been a villain in this league.
No.
But he has become a sympathetic figure to me.
I know.
It looks as though, and obviously he gets paid. It's been all those years of Jerry kind of jerking him around. We're not going to pay you long term. We're going to tag you here. We're going to tag you there.